think I got to know someone's about 2 weeks ago. Again, if you try to
Yeah, hello, sir. Yes, Tim I sent
We are wondering what is happening to the world. Everything is changing.
The very idea of human being some sort of natural concept is really going to change.
Our bodies will be so high-tech, we won't be able to really distinguish between what's natural and what's artificial.
Inside our own heads is the most complex arrangement of matter in the known universe.
You might ask yourself, can we get to be superhumans?
The original Industrial Revolution was driven by the discovery that you could use steam engines to do all kinds of interesting things.
But that was followed by additional revolutions for electricity and computers and communications technology. We're now in the early stages of the fourth industrial revolution, which is bringing together digital, physical, and biological systems.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
With the ability to visualize brain activity, for example, through a simple consumer-based EEG device, it gives us access to ourselves in ways that we've never before thought possible. It unlocks the black box that is the brain and enables us to really, truly be able to realize an identity that is aspirational.
There's now a scientific foundation for the effect
Hello, everyone. Good morning. You can all hear me. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you can all hear me. If you can hear me as an attendee, please can you just give me a signify in the comment section so that I know you can all hear me. I can see we have a lot of you here already. Thank you so much for coming in on time. Thank God there was no Nigerian time, in this conference. I can hear you. Oh, thank you so much, Naomi John. It's good to have you here. I wish I could mention everybody's name, but obviously I can't. Okay, I see Segun Oloyo raising his hands. Segun, Joseph Awodoye, Sheye Tariq Ganeri. I'm so sorry, but I'm just happy to see all of you, and I believe you can all hear me. Once again, welcome to our second edition of the Quality and Risk Summit. It's proudly brought to you by Tenor Alpha Limited. Briefly, I will just there's a Commodore here, Masaya Nesir, and I see you, sir. Frederick, thank you so much. It's really nice to see you. There's still time to call in your friends, your colleagues, especially those that you know had registered and you can't see them, and you don't know if they're here. You can just send them a reminder that we have started. And as you can see, we're not going to do any African time. We're going to go straight into the business of today. I believe you can still hear me, so let's get to it. Moving on, we're going to have a very interesting session today, which is our first session for our two-day summit. And we're going to have 4 exciting and highly cerebral speakers. They are coming to you with, a whole lot. When I did a lot of test run with them, went through their documents, and everything they're going to share with you is heavy. And I want to tell you that you can't afford to miss any session in this summit, starting from today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're taking it a notch higher with a panelist discussion. So for those of you that are properly certified to a management system or another, you don't want to miss that panelist discussion for anything. All right, I will share my screen and just take you through some housekeeping rules that I believe is very important that we should know. For our panelists, if you have any, for our attendees, if you have any question, observation, again, you can raise your hands or send it to me in the chat room. I'll be there to note everything you're saying. All right. I see Seun Oloyo is raising his hands. Can you send me the message on the chat room, Mr. Seun Oloyo, so that I know what exactly it is that you want me to know? Thank you. So, moving on, there's just some brief housekeeping rules that we need to know as we kick off this conference today. First of all, it's essential that your device is on mute, as the co-host and the host, which is me, will be permitted to unmute you. Once again, sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Seun Taiwo. I will be your conference anchor for the 2 days today. I hope you'll be nice to me as we're going to have a great time together. Moving on, it's also essential that you have a notepad to make your jottings, because like I said, our speakers are coming at you with a whole lot of learnings, and you can't afford to say, oh, I'm listening, I'm here, it's okay. No, it's not okay. There's a whole lot more that you need to get, and by getting a jotter and writing it down is how you get those things into your head and being able to implement it as time goes on. Another very essential thing is for you to get an earpiece. I know some of us might be at the office, some of us might be at some meeting, or some of us in school, or just anything. So you might not want distractions, and also it's better you get an earpiece to avoid any external distractions. Also ensure your network provider is strong and adequate to last you throughout the session. Give or take, we should be rounding up this session this first day by 4:30 or even before 4:30, you know, so, and trust me, you don't want to miss any session because everything is rooted here. Moving on also, it's also essential that there'll be poll questions that will be asked during the sessions, and it's very important that you answer those poll questions because it will give the speakers an idea of who it is that, you know, who is relating with and knows, and you will be able to understand the level of experience of most of us here so that you can give us a well-rounded presentation. Moving on, it's also essential that you evaluate every session at the end of every program. At the end of today's today's session, you'll be seeing, immediately you log out, you'll be seeing an evaluation form for you to fill in. We need your feedback. Feedback is really important for us in order for us to keep delivering a good conference for you moving forward. Also, for those of you that want to have a certificate for your CPD points, and you believe it's very essential, because trust me, this conference counts, you know, as a continuous professional development point for you. So if you want a certificate of attendance that will count for your CPD, please send me a mail to tenoralpha@tenolalpha.com or call me on 0068 466 957. Again, it's on the screen, so you can take a screenshot so that you don't forget. And finally, ensure that you're present all through the sessions. Please ask questions. As you can see, it's a webinar. There's a Q&A icon box there for you to click on to type in your questions. Our moderators are going to be there, and panelists, they're there looking through everything and are set to give you answers. So please feel free to ask any questions. Also, I know we like freebies, you know, and everything. So please stay till the end of this day one. There'll be an opportunity, you know, for a couple of people to win some training coupons, points that would help. Sorry about that. There'll be a chance to win some training coupons that, you know, enable you to sit for any of our upcoming lead auditor training. So trust me, this is the end of the year, and you know it has been a rather tough year, and some of you might not have been able to get in those certifications you want. And this is a great opportunity, you know, to do that certification at a very, very, when I say very, I mean, I'm surprised when I was told that, you know, we're going to be giving out that training coupon, very discounted training, you know, price. So please stay till the end, and it's those that stay to the end that have to even hear the questions and know the people that got the correct answer, and those people will be eligible to get. All right, about Tenor Alpha. As I said earlier, Tenor Alpha is the company hosting this event, and we do it as a form of social responsibility to our clients and the society at large, because of course we understand, again, this year has not been a very good year. So making this conference free for everyone is an opportunity, you know, for everybody to gain knowledge, to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn things, because we are truly in an uncertain period and era, and it's only knowledge, having the right knowledge especially, is what will get you grounded. Tenor Alpha, as you can see, is a market leader in the business and ISO management systems consulting space in Africa. And we offer several services, moving on from management system auditing to training services to process improvement, technical deployment, marketing research, project management, outsourcing, business advisory services, among others. We are affiliated with several partners, both home and abroad, And on the screen, you can see that some of our partners is the PECB, which is the Professional Evaluation and Certification Board based in Canada. We're a platinum partner with them. We're also certified to TV sets, net concerts, and we also work with BSI, which is the British Standard Institute, among many others, like I said. Terra Alpha is here for you, and we're happy. I believe you're excited to come on this journey with us, because it's truly, truly an exciting journey. Once again, I welcome you once, twice, and a million times. Moving on, I will be opening the room up to our MD and CEO to give us a brief welcome address. I'm sure you would want to meet MD CEO. His name is and we'll be coming and see the questions or observations that some of you might have. Thank you very much. So over to Mr. Ololade Ajibao.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining this Quality and Risk Summit 2.0. Our expert speakers and moderators are ready. We know you are ready too. We understand that we have, in an era ever changing, our world is changing, and what seems to be constant is change. From Industry Revolution 1 to an era now known as Industry Revolution 4.0, we understand that the business world has changed for good. That is, Industrial Revolution 4.0 is occasioned with massive technological advancements facilitated by artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, blockchain, etc., changing the ways businesses are conducted with emergence of new products and services. We also can recall that since the beginning of this year, uncertainties have been brought about by COVID-19 incidents. So this has affected businesses, the way businesses are consummated, the volume of businesses all over the world, posing a new set of risks to business survival. Despite several risk organizations and individuals are exposed to, organizations and individuals like us must respond appropriately in a way that businesses can thrive and prosper afterwards. Because of this reason, all of us professionally, we must raise our competence, acquire new knowledge, learn and unlearn. We need to support creative and innovative measures and ideas in our respective businesses. As owners of businesses, we need to adapt to new changes, adopt new measures to also meet with the changing world. So this summit, therefore, seeks to provide you information that will help you raise your competence professionally and also to raise the bar in your respective organizations. So at this junction, I want to thank all our speakers, our moderators. They have committed a great deal of time to prepare materials that will be informative, that will be sufficient enough to give you a new start in your respective career. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and enjoy these sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Ololade Ajibao. That was a very awesome speech, welcome address. Thank you very much, sir. I believe we are ready, to get into the business of today. But before we do that, there's something that it's important, and very salient that we understand. Like we know, or as we know, the theme for this conference. Sorry, I just want to go do something. All right, sorry about that glitch. Once again, like I was saying, that moving on, before we get into the business of today, I would like us to watch a very insightful video, which will give us, a great understanding of some of the issues we're talking about today. Remember, our theme is sustaining organizations' performance in an uncertain and Industry 4.0 era. The aim is for your organizations to thrive, reposition, and prosper. And you can't do that without having the right information, especially in this time. I see one of our speakers here, Mr. Henry. It's nice to see you. Welcome once again, sir. But before I bring in our first speaker, I would like us to watch this video for an insight into what Industry 4.0 is. I know some of you might have heard about it, some of you might have read about it, but this video is quite deep, gives a very deep explanation on what this Industry 4.0 or the fourth Industrial Republic is all about. So please hold on as I play the video for you. Thank you.
Opening up a new segment of business, and it's where consumers are shopping today. When you look at the global size, it's about $18 billion in revenue, and premium chocolate has been growing faster in that segment than any other chocolate. Consumers are demanding an omni-channel experience, but I think digital technology will be on the forefront. I am the owner and director of Ayoola Ololade, which is the largest food company. So what we found recently is that our students who have been loyally doing classes on the internet are getting a bit tired of doing yoga, watching screens, and really miss the experience of being in person with the teacher. So what we're doing now is we are reopening on a very limited basis, limited number of students, about 30% capacity, and a bunch of other measures that we're following to ensure that we are able to provide.
We are wondering what is happening to the world.
After a long night of counting, it's clear
Think of voice-activated virtual assistants. Face ID is the fourth industrial revolution, and it's that the world was first introduced to the phrase the fourth industrial revolution, and it's been a hot topic among academics, politicians, and business leaders ever since. But what exactly does it mean? The term Fourth Industrial Revolution was coined by the founder of the World Economic Forum, a former professor named Klaus Schwab. Schwab wrote a book with that title to describe an era marked by a technological revolution that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. Let's break that down. Technologies like artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, or the Internet of Things are becoming ingrained in our day and even our bodies. Think of voice-activated virtual assistants, face ID recognition, or healthcare sensors. Schwab first presented his vision of the Fourth Industrial Revolution at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting here in Davos in 2016. But to understand the idea, we need to go much further back in history, to Industrial Revolution number 1. The first Industrial Revolution started in Great Britain around 1760 and spread to Europe and North America through the early 1800s. It was powered by a major invention, the steam engine. The result? New manufacturing processes, the creation of factories, and a booming textiles industry. From the late 1800s, the Second Industrial Revolution was marked by mass production and new industries like steel, oil, and electricity. The light bulb, telephone, and internal combustion engine were a few of the major inventions of this era. The Third Industrial Revolution, sometimes known as the Digital Revolution, occurred in the second half of the 20th century. In just a few decades, we saw the invention of the semiconductor, personal computer, and the internet. So what separates the Fourth Industrial Revolution from the Third? Experts say the main difference is that technology is merging more and more with humans' lives. The technological change is happening faster than ever. Consider this. It took 75 years for 100 million users to adopt the telephone. Instagram signed up 100 million users in just 2 years, while Pokemon Go caught that amount in 1 month. 3D printing is just one example of fast-paced technology in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The industry has gone from a business idea to big business, with 3D printer shipments expected to increase from just under 200,000 in 2015 to 2.4 million in 2020. Today, you can have a hip replacement from a 3D printed bone, or use a 3D printed bionic arm. Talk about blurring the line between humans and technology, right? This new era of technology is driving a lot of innovation. You can see in this chart the number of patents related to the Fourth Industrial Revolution for things like 3D printing or AI has been climbing up and up since early 2000. Organizations are embracing new technologies to make their businesses more efficient, similar to how they embraced the steam engine during the First Industrial Revolution. But some companies and governments are struggling to keep up with the fast pace of technological change. Research shows innovators, investors, and shareholders benefit the most from innovation. The risk is that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is making inequality, which is already a big issue, even worse. One study found billionaires have driven almost 80% of the 40 main breakthrough innovations over the last 40 years. That's a problem when the richest 1% of households already own nearly half of the world's wealth. Experts warn we are in a winner-takes-all economy, where high-skilled workers are rewarded with high pay and the rest of workers are left out. Studies confirm technologies like AI will eliminate some jobs and create demand for new skills that many workers don't have. Privacy concerns are another issue as the Fourth Industrial Revolution turns every company into a tech company. Industries from food to retail to banking are going digital, and they're collecting a lot more data about their customers along the way. Users are starting to worry that companies know too much about their private digital lives. The World Economic Forum says a majority of leaders don't have confidence their organizations are ready for the changes associated with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. With tech changing fast every day, it's time to catch up. Hey everyone, Elizabeth here in Davos, Switzerland. Be sure to
Wow, I believe that was very, very insightful. And from the speaker, from the presenter, she was very explicit, in explaining what to expect or what we should expect in this Industry 4.0 era, which, we can all see that we are definitely, this Sorry about that. One of the bad things about network or technology is that there are technology glitches here and there, and that, makes my viewership here. Sorry about that, but I hope you understand. But like as I was saying, one of the good things about technology is that we can connect from all over the world. So it's connecting to us from Canada, and we have some speakers outside Lagos, and some attendees also coming all the way from Canada, America, and even outside Lagos also. So you can see technology has its really good side, of course, the bad side. So I think I should stop now and let me give it up to the professionals, the high professionals, to take it up from here. But before introduction of our first speaker and moderator. So permit me to share my screen once again so we can see a bit about our speaker, and I'll allow them also to, to blow their trumpet and tell you what they are and who they are, because I think when you know somebody, when you know that someone has gone through a lot to get to where he or she is, you would understand and want to listen to the person more. So today, our first speaker, I'll be taking this conversation higher. We're starting with Mr. Paul Ahire and Mr. Kingsley Iyamo. Our first topic again is quality tools to revolutionize corporate performance. Our first speaker, once again, is Mr. Ahire. Mr. Ahire is a senior member of the American Society for Quality and is certified as a quality engineer, also a Six Sigma belt holder, and is also a certified manager of quality and organizational excellence. He's also an API certified Q1 auditor. He has 20 plus years hands-on experience in the petroleum and natural gas industry in various positions, including rig support logistics, downhole equipment maintenance, non-destructive techniques, testing, among others. He's currently the lead consultant at Glow Excel Resources Limited, Port Harcourt. Also, our moderator, the person that will be working closely with him and be handling our question and answer session, is none other than Mr. Kingsley Iyamo. For some of you that have attended, some of our learning or knowledge sharing sessions, you must be familiar with Mr. Kingsley Iyamo, and he's an ASQ certified Six Sigma Black Belt holder, and is also known as an innovation, change management, and execution expert. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, even in the chat room, some of you can, just clap or give me a thumbs up or just say something. Just, I know I can't allow everybody to come and talk, but you could just give him a round of applause as he comes on board. Mr. Paul Ahire, the ball is in your court now. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Yes, sir.
So I want to first confirm that everyone can hear me. Can everyone hear me?
Sure, yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, great. Good afternoon, everyone. And you're welcome to this great summit. I have to say special thanks to Tenno Alpha. This initiative is really very good, very important, very commendable, especially coming at a time when the whole economy of the country, if not just Nigeria, but the whole world is struggling to cope. Providing this summit completely free of charge and providing opportunities for not just trainee level professionals, but also, we keep learning until we die. So the knowledge that will be shared during this summit will be very useful for all of us. All of us speakers are also going to learn during the summit. So I have to say thank you to Tenno Alpha. So to begin my own session, I'm aware that I have just 45 minutes to present a lot of information. The topic is quality tools, not just a quality tool. And all of you quality professionals, quality engineers, Six Sigma Black Belts, all of you already know that each of the tools will take, some of the tools will actually take more than 45 minutes to present, but at least each of the tools will take all of that time. So we'll do our best to manage the time and find a way of illustrating how organizations can use quality tools to revolutionize their performance. Once again, my name is Paul Ahire. Before we go into the presentation proper, for participants, I'll plead with you to take a minute to complete this poll here and submit to the program coordinator so that we can know whether or not your organization currently has in place a system for monitoring process performance. And if so, does the organization identify and monitor process performance indicators based on their importance? We would also like to know whether or not your organization currently uses any quality tool for process monitoring, for problem solving, or for identifying improvement opportunities. That will help us to know how to serve you better in other areas or in other summits, and how to structure the information. For now, we'll work with what we have. This is the agenda for our presentation today. We'll start with a brief introduction of quality tools. Thereafter, we'll go into a number of tools that I've selected to illustrate how each of the organizations can apply quality tools to monitor performance, solve problems, and improve performance. Under performance monitoring, the tools I've selected are flowcharts, process maps, trend analysis. Under problem solving, I've selected brainstorming and fishbone diagrams. And under performance improvement, I've selected Pareto analysis and metrics diagram. Let me quickly point out that any of these tools can be used for other purposes as well. It's just the way you can use a screwdriver to open, to turn screws, and you can use it as a lever to open your milk can. Depending on how well you know how to use a tool, you can use it for multiple purposes. You can use process maps for process improvement as well. In the examples that I've chosen to illustrate how you can use these tools, this is the way I've grouped them. It doesn't mean that this is the only areas where you can use these tools. Okay, so by way of introduction, let me also point out that there is no concise definition of quality tools, but suffice it to say that a quality tool is a technique that a quality professional uses to collect data, to analyze data, to reduce process complexity, to reduce process variability, to achieve improvement, or some other objective or result that the quality professional may be seeking to achieve. Now, I want you to think of quality tools the same way you would think of hand tools in the hands of a technician that is trying to repair a system or fix a system or optimize a system. We use tools such as screwdrivers, spanners, if you want to measure performance or measure the output from the process, you use a measuring tool. For instance, if you want to repair a system, a mechanical system, could be an electrical system, it could be an electromechanical system. You first of all want to open up the system. You might want to use a spanner for that or a screwdriver for that, depending on the way the system is assembled. The first thing you want to do is to review the problematic area that needs to be fixed. There are tools for doing that. In the area of quality as well, there are tools that help you to see your process performance data, which we're going to look at some examples this afternoon. Then if you want to fix a problem in a system, a physical system like a mechanical or electrical system, there are also tools that a technician uses for that. If you want to optimize performance of a system, there are also a set of tools that a technician can use. That is exactly the way quality professionals use tools. They are techniques, but they are called tools because this is the way they work. And I'm talking so much about quality professionals, but really anyone with a good understanding of these tools can use them to achieve similar results in terms of data collection, data analysis, process improvement, reduction of variability and complexity as the case may be. Also, just for your broad understanding, it's good for you to know that there are several other tools out there. There are 4 main categories. The first category is quality control tools, which are used by QC inspectors, quality engineers, operators, or other frontline workers on the production line or the service line, the shop floor, as the case may be. The next category is management and planning tools, which are used mostly by management and supervisory personnel or for problems at that level of the organization. Then you have the supplemental tools, which some fall in the category of QC tools, some fall in the category of management and planning tools, but these tools were developed later, and hence the title supplemental tools. Then finally, you have the team support tools that are used in team environments. For the purpose of our presentation today, we shall look at 7 selected tools which your organizations can deploy to achieve performance monitoring, problem solving, and performance improvement, as I pointed out earlier on. Okay, so now we're done with the introduction. The first set of tools we shall be looking at is those that help you to monitor performance. And the first one is really a very simple tool. Simple, but if used correctly, can provide powerful information. It is called flowchart. Some of you call it process flow diagrams, or simply as flow diagrams. Flowcharts show basically the sequence in which the process activities are performed. And I know many of you are already familiar with flowcharts. In some cases, however, I have seen so many flowcharts from organizations that that don't utilize this standard flowchart symbol. So I want to quickly point out the standard flowchart symbols, which should be used to develop a flowchart. And these symbols make all the difference in terms of providing adequate information and clarity in the process, as opposed to some flowcharts I see which are developed using only the rectangular shapes. These flowcharts contain the ones that do not use standard flowcharting symbols. Sometimes contain so many blank spots and fail to provide the required process clarity. The first symbol I want us to look at is this oval shape here. It represents the starting point of the process. The rectangular shape, which most people use to represent all the steps in the flowcharting diagram, only represents the steps where activities are performed. Then you have this diamond shape, which represents either the stage where you perform an inspection or you take a decision in the process. Then fourthly, you have this loop back from the diamond shape to the rectangular shape. This one always stands for the work. I know many flowcharts which deploy this standard symbol sometimes also miss out with this. Rework is a very important performance parameter in every process. So I want us to take note of this and include it in our flowchart. It means that at the inspection point or at the decision point, it was discovered that that step, the previous step, did not meet requirement and it needs to be done again. So you have this look back here. Then finally, you have this hexagonal shape, which stands for the end point of the process. So let's look at one example of flowchart here. I've chosen a sales process because I believe apart from non-profit organizations, every organization has this process. The one in your organization may differ slightly from this one. For instance, you may not be selling based on purchase orders. You may just sell goods and issue a receipt. But this may represent the sales process in many organizations. And even if yours differs slightly, I'm sure you can relate to this. So let's work with this throughout this presentation. The first step, you receive an inquiry, and again, some organizations may not necessarily receive an inquiry, but let's just assume that your sales process starts with an inquiry. The next step is for you to review that inquiry, decide whether you have the capacity to do that job or to deliver the goods or the services, as the case may be. If the capacity is not available, you may reject the job. Again, there may be differences here where you can outsource the job or outsource the inquiry, but let's assume that this is the way it works, just for the sake of illustration. If the capacity exists, then you will submit a quotation. And depending on whether or not the quotation is approved, a purchase order will be issued. And in this case, we assume that this is the end of the sales process, because once the purchase order is reviewed, is received by the organization, it goes to either the production or whatever operations department is that will deliver that product or that service, and operations take over from there. But if the quotation is not approved, in some cases, and I chose deliberately to include this rework symbol here just for illustration, but in some cases, you may have the opportunity to rework that quotation by way of giving discounts or by way of adjusting the scope of the service, as the case may be. So you look back to the quotation step and submit a new quotation and see if it is approved so that you receive a purchase order. This, if you use standard flowcharting symbols to develop your flowchart in this manner, this short and simple diagram here reveals a lot of information about this process. First and foremost, it shows the sequence in which it is performed, the decision points, the actions to be taken depending on the decision that is arrived at, as the case may be. So a flowchart is simple, but if used correctly, can be a very powerful tool for monitoring, for instance, the way in which a process is being performed. And if the outcome is that is received from that process, the final output here is not what the organization needs. There are certain changes or certain adjustments that can be done within the process. But the process flowchart has its own limitations, in the sense that it shows you the sequence and shows you what is done at each of the steps. However, beneath each of these, under each of these steps, there's a lot of information that the process flowchart does not show you. And that is why we'll look at another tool called the process map, which shows you more information and allows you to monitor and manage your processes much better. So that leads us to process map. Process map, let me start by pointing out that there are various ways in which you can map your process. But the simplest one is just simply use a flow diagram, for instance. All of us are familiar with flow diagrams. Use flow diagrams and then add the process inputs and outputs, as well as the performance metrics for each of the steps. It is critically important that you supply the inputs information, the output information, as well as the performance metrics for each of the steps. That is what differentiates a process map from a process flow diagram. Again, if I may take one step back, some process flow diagrams also identify inputs as well as outputs for each steps. Excuse me. But they do not go far enough to show us the process performance metrics. A process map does that, and that is why a process map is a very powerful tool. The process flow diagram provides the foundation, but I would rather work with the process map. So let's look at what this process map is telling us, which the flow diagram did not tell us. So I'm not going to go through this main structure again, since we have already looked at it on the process flow chart. I'll focus on the performance information and the inputs and outputs of each of the process steps. The first thing I want us to look at is this axis. What this X stands for? X in quality engineering, Six Sigma, it stands for just the same thing that it stands for your algebra and statistics. X stands for independent variable, or the inputs in this case, and the Y stands for the output, or the dependent variable. So this is the input for this process. I'm assuming that for you to receive an inquiry, you need a sales contact. That information is very important to include at that step. And what, at the end of performing this step, what is the output you are expecting to see? You should have an inquiry, customer inquiry. Then additionally, I've added here cycle time, defect percentage, rework percentage, scrap percentage, throughput yield, traditional yield, and average Q for this step. However, there's a whole lot of additional performance metrics that you can add to each of the steps, but let's just use these ones for illustration. The whole idea is this process starts with inquiry and ends with purchase order, but there's a lot that goes on from the start to the finish, which can determine whether or not you are going to receive a PO and how much sales this organization is going to make. It could be that the cycle time for receiving inquiries is too high, or the cycle time for reviewing inquiries is too high, or the rework is too high, or scrap is too high and the inquiries are not translating to quotations, or scrap level is too high and quotations are not translating to purchase orders. And so the organization may be receiving a lot of inquiries and not receiving enough purchase orders and not making enough money here. These metrics that we have included here will help us to know where to look when you want to troubleshoot this process. So basically, this is where your process monitoring efforts should start. Any of these metrics here is a candidate for monitoring. You can pick cycle time and monitor it over time. You can pick a defect percentage, rework percentage, scrap, throughput yield, very important metric. You can choose that to monitor it over time. You might choose to monitor it at this starting point, or you might choose to monitor it somewhere in the middle of the process, or you might monitor it at all the stages, depending on the available time and the available resources that you have to monitor your process. In this case, I have chosen, as we shall see in subsequent examples, the cycle time for submitting quotation here. That is what we're going to monitor and use to illustrate our trend analysis. So I will not explain each of these one by one because we don't have enough time for that, but suffice it to say that a process map provides you a lot of information and opens your system up just the same way that you open your physical system with a spanner, a screwdriver, or some other physical tool to look at what is happening beneath the surface and then identify the area where you need to monitor, to fix, or to optimize, as the case may be. This is one format that you can use to achieve this. But there's another format. This one is the additional information that this format presents is as the responsible department here. I'm assuming that for this sales process, there are two departments involved, the sales department and the operations department. The sales department receives the inquiry, the operations department reviews to determine whether capacity exists to do that job or to carry out that service. Then they give the feedback to the sales department. Depending on what the feedback is, they may submit a quotation if the capacity is. If does not, they reject the job. Then if the quotation is approved, the purchase order will be received by the sales department, and then the operations department will take over from there. It's just exactly the same information we had in the first process map. I just chose to illustrate another format. There are also other formats that you can use. I'm choosing simplicity over complexity in all of these tools because we don't have a lot of time. So you can use any of the formats that you want. The most important thing is to correctly map your process and identify the metrics that are associated with each of the steps, and then pick out the important metrics for the process that you can monitor over time to be sure that you're keeping your system on track. It may be one metric, it may be 2 or 3 or more, depending on how much time or resources that you have. Okay, that's it about process maps based on the amount of time that we have. Now let's look at trend analysis. This also dovetails into the first example. Trend analysis, by way of definition or description, just helps us to reveal the presence of positive or negative trends. So let's assume that you are monitoring one or more of the process performance metrics seen in that process map there. You may want to know, depending on what the performance parameter is, you may want to know what the trend is over time. The trend may be a negative one, may be a positive one, as the case may be. Any kind of data can be used for trend analysis. If you are monitoring your process parameters in terms of attribute data or discrete data, which is obtained by counting, these are whole numbers, no fractions or decimals. Or if you are monitoring your process using variable data or continuous data, which are obtained by measuring, this is where you have fractions or decimal places. This, you can use any of these to plot a trend chart to know which direction your process is heading. You can plot the individual values if you like, or you can average them depending on just how dramatic the fluctuation in your process is, because as we all know, averages will reduce the resolution of your trend chart. Depending on how the data exists, you can plot individual values, you can plot average values if you like. Or you may be monitoring your process performance in terms of percentages, as is the case with throughput and defect percentage and reward percentage. You can also plot that directly without doing any form of conversion to it. So how do you do this trend analysis? You first start by collecting your performance data, and it is very important to record it in the order of time, the order in which you are collecting it. And when you are ready to plot it, you plot it on an L-shaped graph with your performance data on the y-axis and the time sequence, date, days, as the case may be, on the x-axis. Then connect the points of the individual coordinates and fit a linear trend line. Optionally, you may also calculate a slope, equation for the slope of the fit line, if especially where the trend is not immediately obvious. The equation is what will show you whether you have a positive trend when you look at the slope of the equation. That's what will tell you whether you have a positive or negative trend. In some cases, just visual inspection can tell you what kind of trend your process is exhibiting. Then the fifth step is for you to identify what trend is, whether it is a positive trend, negative trend, horizontal trend, or an alternating positive and negative trend. As I said earlier on, when we say positive and negative, we don't mean this in terms of good or bad. It only means the relationship between the X and the Y variable, or your parameter, the way your parameter is changing over time. For instance, if it is increasing over time, we call that a positive trend. If it is decreasing over time, we call that a negative trend, it does not mean that negative always means bad. For instance, if the parameters you are, the particular performance parameter you are analyzing is cost, you want your cost to be going down over time, so a negative trend is good. If it is cycle time, you also want your cycle time to be going down over time. Scrap, defect percentage, rework percentage, you want all those to be going down, so a negative trend is good. In some cases, however, you want your trends to be positive, like revenue, for instance. You want your revenue to be going up. Productivity, for instance, you want that to be going up. Throughput, for instance, you want your throughput to be going up. So depending on what parameter it is you are monitoring, a positive trend or a negative trend might be what you would choose to take action on. The sixth and final step is for you to take action on what you consider to be the adverse trend. In some cases, it might be a positive increasing trend. In some cases, it might be a decreasing trend, as I've said just now. Okay, let's illustrate quickly with data for cycle time. And I chose cycle time for submitting quotations in that sales example we already saw in the flow diagram and the process map. Let's assume that you've chosen to monitor your cycle time for submitting quotation over an 11-month period. And this is the data that you collected, how cycle time has changed over that period. This is what your trend chart will look like for this data. It fluctuates up and down over the 11-month period, but obviously, as you can see from this fit line here, the overall trend is an increasing one. This is a positive trend showing that your cycle time has been increasing over time. And this is obvious from just looking at the fit line, but the equation here also confirms the fact that your cycle time has been going up. This positive slope in this fit equation confirms that. So if this is the situation, this is not good for this organization. The cycle time for any activity increasing over time like this means so many things, not the least increasing costs, and it could also be hiding other issues such as rework and other defects, for instance, rework that the organization may not be aware of. So let's assume that this is the situation and the organization wants to deal with. This is what monitoring can be, the results of monitoring can be. There's a couple of other tools that you can use. I have used my Minitab software to plot this graph, but if you don't have Minitab software, you can use a simple line graph in Excel to monitor your trend. The only difference is that your Excel line graph will not give you as much resolution as this graph from Minitab. You may not have the ability to develop the fit line automatically and the equation automatically. You will have to calculate by hand the equation, the slope for the equation of this fit line, and that can be time consuming. There are several other tools that you can also use, but this is just an illustration of how you can monitor a particular process parameter over time and take action on what the overall trend over time has been. Okay, so that is a brief look at what tools that can be deployed to monitor process performance. Let's quickly look at two tools that we can use for problem solving. The first one is brainstorming. Brainstorming is simple, and a lot of people are familiar with this. It is a structured method for generating unconstrained ideas and solutions. The word unconstrained, I should have underlined it actually. The whole idea is to put together a team of a cross-functional, preferably, team of experts or people with process knowledge together to proffer or recommend or come up with ideas in an unconstrained manner. No good idea, no bad idea. Just let them speak, let them bring forth the idea, and you do the sorting later. The first step in brainstorming is to define the problem, make sure everybody understands the problem and understands the process for brainstorming. Then gather the ideas in an unconstrained manner, just the way I've described it. Then group the ideas in a logical format. After you have gathered all of them, no matter how stupid an idea may look, collect all of them and gather them together in a logical format. Collect like ideas together and keep as many ideas as possible. Now, the challenge with brainstorming is at the end of a brainstorming session, you may have an upwards of 20 plus ideas, and it can become overwhelming dealing with such a number of ideas. So we shall look at an example of ideas here and look at an accompanying tool that can be used together with brainstorming to organize solutions for problem solving. So let's assume our problem statement is increasing cycle time for submitting price quotations, just like we saw in that increasing trend. And the team, let's assume, has come up with these ideas: lack of training, obsolete software, insufficient personnel, insufficient details, outdated price book, insufficient capacity, poor communication, competition. This is what this team has said is causing this increasing cycle time. This is what is making it difficult for the organization to submit price quotations on time. And the same team has come up with these solutions to address those problems. Just hypothetically, these solutions may not directly address those problems, but let's assume this is what the team has come up with. Now, you can use a fishbone diagram to organize these ideas in a more structured manner. And what is a fishbone diagram? It is also called a cause and effects analysis, and it's a schematic diagram that shows a central theme as well as the factors that contribute to that central theme. So in a brainstorming session, after collecting the ideas, typically this is the next tool that you want to use to organize the ideas. Let's start with the hypothetical causes for this problem, increasing cycle time. The central theme here is increasing cycle time for quotations. And those ideas were collected there. We're going to try to group them in the various factors. Again, as I said earlier, each of these tools can take all or more than the time that has been allotted for this presentation. So permit me if I don't explain each of these affinities in details. But each process has 6, sometimes 4, sometimes 8 categories of inputs. These are just categories of inputs. You have equipment or machines, you have measurements or monitoring, you have man or manpower, you have materials, you have methods or procedures, you have environments, as the case may be. So we're just going to group those potential causes that were identified by the team, depending on where they belong. In this case, measurement is not applicable, so nothing is attached to that. Insufficient capacity and obsolete software are related to machines or equipment, so we attach them there. Poor communication and insufficient details are related to methods or procedures, so we attach them to methods. Outdated price book is related to materials, or it could actually be related to methods, but let's attach it to materials. Then man or manpower or personnel, you have insufficient personnel, you have lack of training. So looking at these different categories and the issues that exist in each of these categories of inputs, it should be obvious to the organization how to address this problem, depending on the amount of time and resources that is available. And as we shall see under improvement, how this the problem solving can be prioritize. Then when you look at the solutions that were profiled by the team, we'll do the same thing here. We'll group them based on the categories. For machines or equipment, you have software update, new equipment. For manpower, you have training and recruitment as solutions that were profiled by the team. And then materials, updated price book. Again, it could logically be other methods, but let's use that just for illustration. Process review, controlled procedure, and communication plan are related to methods. So we'll attach them to methods. So all of this, the fishbone diagram is showing us that if all of this is addressed, it will lead to reduction in cycle time for quotations. So at a glance, it is easier for the organization's management to look at this fishbone diagram and decide what to do rather than looking at this long list of solutions or long list of potential causes. This is why these tools are very powerful for problem solving. Okay, so that is the much we can take on that problem solving. Lastly, we have to now look at tools that you can use for performance improvement. Under this, the first one is Pareto analysis. Pareto analysis is a chart, and what it does, it helps the organization to quickly identify the significant factors, those few significant factors that account for most of the target outcome that they are looking at. So in essence, what the Pareto chart, if you are dealing with a problem, if you are trying to solve a problem, the Pareto chart helps the organization to identify the worst problems first and fix them first instead of trying to fix all the problems at the same time. This is why Pareto charts are used by improvement teams to prioritize improvement efforts. So how do you conduct Pareto analysis? The first thing you do is when you have a list of possible factors to address, you must have come from like the examples we've been looking at. If you have a list of factors like those potential causes or the potential solutions that were addressed, that were recommended by the improvement team, you can use a Pareto analysis to prioritize where you should take action and prioritize the use of your resources in order to get the most impact. So you determine the magnitude of each of those categories. And in this case, we're going to use the potential solutions and tally them in decreasing order. Start from the biggest one and proceed in that order to the smallest one. Then the next thing you should do is to calculate the percentage of contribution, the amount of impact, the frequency, or the magnitude of each of the categories. And start with the percentage of the first one, and then calculate the percentage of the second one and add to the first one and tally it in that order down to the bottom. When you get to factors that contribute less than, let's say, 20%, 15%, you can group all of them together and categorize them as order. The next step is to plot them. Now, a Pareto chart is a graph, but it looks different. It has a U shape with two y-axis and one x-axis. The left y-axis is used to plot the magnitudes, while the right y-axis is used to plot the percentages. The x-axis, of course, is used to plot the categories. When you have plotted these items, the magnitude, the percentage, and the frequencies of those categories as required, the next thing you should do is to connect the, I'm sorry, reading the text can be confusing, especially for those who are not professionals in this field. But we'll look at an example shortly, which will make things much clearer. Connect the percentages, the percentage points, and create a cumulative percentage graph. Then the final step is to look at those factors that account for most of the effect that you are trying to address. So let's look at an example now to save you all this long jargon. This is an example of a Pareto chart using the information from the potential solutions that were, or potential causes rather, that were recommended by that process improvement team or that problem solving team. This is the left y-axis, this is the right y-axis showing the percentages, the left y-axis is showing the frequency or the magnitude of each of these categories, and these are the categories: insufficient details, lack of training, poor communication, insufficient capacity, competition, outdated, price book, and the rest of them have been grouped here as order. The whole idea is simplification. At the point of implementation, we know that no organization has unlimited resources, so it's all about prioritization. So we're not going to carry all the information as it was in the brainstorming session. The next thing we'll look at is the percentage contribution. How much impact does each of these factors contribute to the overall outcome? Here we can see that almost 30% of the impact is contributed by insufficient details. That is for increasing cycle time. The reason why the cycle time is increasing so much is 30% as a result of insufficient details provided. Then the next category added to this one, insufficient details and lack of training are accounting for more than 50% of the effect. Even if you stop here and address only these two factors, insufficient details and lack of training, more than 50% of your problem will go away. And that will be a very wise use of resources. However, most professionals recommend that you should address 80%. It's just, should I say, it's just, the name of this technique is the 80-20 rule. So most times professionals will tell you should address up to 80%. It does not necessarily mean that you must address 80% of the issues at all times. Depending on the available resources to you, you can stop at this 54% and address these ones. What is important is that you start addressing your worst problems first, instead of spending a lot of resources on these ones that are not accounting for much of the effect. However, if you have enough resources, you can address insufficient details, lack of training, poor communication, insufficient capacity. And I think insufficient capacity, that is what corresponds to this 81%. So when you address these four, 81% of your problems will go away, and your cycle time, the rate of increase of cycle time will reduce by 81%, or if you stop here, 72% will go away. That's the rate of increase. Does not mean that cycle time will drop by 81%. The rate at which it is increasing will drop by more than 81%. So this is the way that Pareto chart or Pareto analysis helps organizations to prioritize their improvement efforts and deploy their resources in a very efficient manner and fix their worst problems first. Let me also point out that when you address this problem, it doesn't mean that your problems have ended forever and you're in paradise. Let's say this year, when you do your analysis, this is the result that your Pareto analysis shows you. Address the worst problems first. The next time you conduct this same analysis, the Pareto chart may throw up a different set of problems, or maybe some of the same problems may show up as the worst. You still address those ones, and you do that in iterations in different periods, periodically. That is how you are going to achieve continual improvement of your organization in an efficient manner over time. So that is Pareto analysis. Lastly, we'll look at matrix diagrams. How do matrix diagrams help with improvement? Generally, a matrix diagram helps to simplify or helps organizations or professionals to organize complex information in format that is easy to read at a glance. That is generally what matrix diagrams do. And in this case, I've chosen a 2x2 matrix to illustrate how improvement efforts can be prioritized. So let's look at an example of a 2x2 matrix. Again, I've brought forward the information from the brainstorming session. These are the potential solutions that the brainstorming team suggested or recommended. You have recruitment, software update, equipment, new equipment training, control procedure, communication plan, and so on. Additional information here is cost. How much does it cost to do each of these? You have this next column here showing the cost, and the last column showing the impact, the extent to which each of these solutions would address the problem. So let's look at a 2x2 matrix that is drawn based on this data here. You have this 2x2 matrix here. It's an L-shaped graph with cost on the vertical axis and impact on the horizontal axis. And you have this cross shape here that looks like quadrants. They are zones really of the matrix. To simplify it, let me say that these dots in green here represent those solutions that the organization should address, because these are high impact solutions that cost less. And the ones in yellow here, depending on the available resources the organization may consider. I would consider this or this first and this last, because this is high impact, low cost, high costs, relatively higher cost, but higher impact than this. This here is low cost and average impact. I would address this first, address this next. If I have resources, I will address this next. This red dot here represents a solution that you should not even think about. This one is a high cost solution and does not provide the required impact. Just for illustration, your data may be thrown up in a different way on your 2x2 matrix, but the data we chose to illustrate with, this is what it shows us. So what the organization should spend its resources on based on this 2x2 matrix is these green dots. I don't know how much time I have left.
Well, sir, yes, I think I just have to button because I sent you some private messages, and really your presentation is really hot. I think I'll use the word hot, but we are really running behind schedule, and we have a couple of questions that we'll need to answer. So I don't know if if this is the last slide or if you can round up as early as possible so that the moderator can take over, in answering taking the questions, so we can move to the next session.
Thank you very much. I have tried to hurry through it as you must have observed. So
yes,
I guess this is the last slide. We have, to review our agenda, we have introduced quality tools. We say the quality tools fall in 4 main categories: the QC tools that are used mostly by QC quality engineers, production line, service line, frontline, shop floor personnel, or such similar personnel. Then you have the management and planning tools used mostly at the management and supervisory level or at the higher view of the process of the organization. Then you have the supplemental tools which were developed a little later, with some of which fall in the QC, the category of QC tools, and some fall in the category of management and planning tools. Then lastly, you have the team support tools. We looked at tools that you can use for performance monitoring. We have looked at flowcharts, we've looked at process maps and trend analysis. And we say the first thing you should do is to map your process and identify the performance metrics that are important and then monitor them over time. In this case, we chose to use a trend analysis to do the monitoring. And then when problems occur, you can put together a team and do brainstorming and organize those ideas using a fishbone diagram. And in order to implement improvements, You can then use a Pareto analysis to prioritize, to identify first and foremost those few significant factors that account for most of the output or the outcome that you are targeting, and address them first. In other words, addressing your first problems first instead of trying to solve all your problems at the same time. As a supplemental tool, you also have a matrix diagram that can help you also to prioritize your improvement efforts and use your resources in a more efficient manner. So I think that is it. Thank everyone for listening. I think we can stop here and take questions. Over to you, Yamo.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you must agree that we've had a very, very, very knowledge-loaded session. Experience is not easy. It's not found in the supermarket shelves. Okay, so what you get right now is true value for time. My responsibility here, or rather my homework here as the moderator, is to, before I move into the sessions for questions, do a quick, my understanding for everybody's local term, for everybody's local content assimilation is, okay, we've trying to align our dealing with uncertainty and Industry 4.0. Mr. Paul has given us serious insight on use of key tools to monitor performances in times like this. Because you want to clearly monitor your performance. Are you meeting your targets? Are you meeting your budgets? He has taught us when you say to myself, oh, I'm not meeting the budget, or I'm meeting the budget. If I'm not, there's a problem. How do I solve the problems? He has given us two basic tools out of the many, because if he starts giving us today, we cannot, our brains will catch fire, because it's very loaded. This is very heavy stuff, so he has given us two key tools we can use and to solve the problems. Then beyond solving the problems, now, okay, we'll solve the problem. How am I doing for performance? How am I improving? Am I getting my improvement right? So he has given us key improvement, process improvement tools and techniques, which will also help us in prioritizing what we need to do, whether you call it a matrix or a Pareto. So that's my basic understanding of what is done to us today. And you can align it, whether you are doing coding, whether you're writing scripts, whether you're writing programs in the digital age, whatever you're doing, these tools can never expire because they cut across industry. Whether you're in medical sciences, you can use it. Whether you're in engineering, you can use it. Imagine somebody is bleeding from two sides. You have to prioritize. Which one do you block? Do you block the major aorta or the major vessel, or you block the one in the finger? You must Pareto that one. If somebody has plenty conditions, you must matrix. Which of them are you going to focus on at a time? Okay, so that is what I have learned, if even applying from a medical science perspective. So having done that, I will ask the presenter a couple of questions, because some of our smarties that we have in here, our wonderful attendees, have given us a couple of questions that we should ask the presenter to answer for us. The first question is it best practice to document in a register series of brainstorming hypotheses? Do you register brainstorming hypotheses? Should we be doing it? Is it best practice? That's a question for you, sir.
Okay. If I understand your question, you are considering the possibility of having a register for brainstorming ideas. When you talk about hypothesis means an unproven idea. So you want to be registering that in a register. Is it best practice? I wouldn't say it's best practice. What is best practice is to register those ideas that have worked in solving identified problems. so that you can apply them or at least consider them in subsequent periods when you are trying to solve similar problems. Again, there's no guarantee that similar problems experienced in other areas will necessarily be solved by the same ideas, but at least you will consider them. The environmental conditions, the personnel conditions, the time, so many factors may be different in those areas. But at least it is important to have a record of whether you call it a register or just maintaining record of ideas or solutions that have been successfully implemented to solve problems. Yes, that is best practice. You should maintain.
Right, thank you very much, sir. That question came from Olusegun Joshua Awodoye. The second, he's also asking another question. He's also asking, is the fishbone diagram same as root cause analysis?
The fishbone diagram is not the same as root cause analysis. Fishbone diagram is also called cause and effect analysis, but this is different from root cause analysis. Fishbone diagram is only one of several tools that can be used for root cause analysis. There are several others, such as interrelationship diagram, 5 whys, as the case may be. So the short answer is no. Fishbone diagram is not synonymous with root cause analysis.
Mr. Olusegun, you got a very strong answer there. The fishbone is one of the many tools we can use to take care of, to get to the answer, to get to root cause, or to get root causes understood. Anonymous attendee here said the start and end use the same symbol. I'm talking, he's probably referring to the flow chart or the process flow diagram. Said the start and end use the same symbol. The symbol the speaker is using as the end is it a new modification?
No, it's not. Okay, I think the answer for both questions is no. The start and end points of a process flow diagram don't use the same symbol. The start symbol is the oval shape. It's oval, it's smooth like an egg. While the end shape is hexagonal, elongated, but if you pull it together and make it shorter, it's a hexagonal shape. It has 6 sides. So the two shapes are not the same. And the final answer is that this is not a new innovation. It's a standard flow charting symbol.
So, which means the person that has a question, you probably were using another methodology, but at least you're getting it from hearing from the horse's mouth. You can look it up. You got the best information right now. All right. So from Donald Kolo, his question is, I like the tools for performance management, and I'm getting something new, frankly, but I would like to know how you determine the cost and impact variables using charting the matrix diagram.
Okay, good question. It's all hypothetical. It's just a way to illustrate how you can graph your data. This is none of the examples I use here is a real life example. Starting from this, I decided to flow the whole presentation from this example to the end, just to show you how you can monitor a process and then solve problems when problems arise, as well as implement improvement. It doesn't mean that the data is real. So the data you have here is just hypothetical. And in many cases, I made the differences very sharp so that the graph will be very easy to read. So I just put in these cost values here and the impact values here, just to make sure that I will have points in this quadrant here, and points here and points here, so that we can explain what action you should do when you have points in this area. But the short answer is that the data is just assumed. It's not real data.
All right, thank you. Somebody asked a question, and I think the answer should be a yes. You're asking, can the Pareto be used to solve the NSAS problem?
Yes, of course. The moderator has already given you an answer. Any problem that you have has multiple causes. Just identify the worst one first and address it, and that is exactly what a Pareto chart does for you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Like somebody going to the hospital, they'll ask you plenty of questions just to get to one answer. Thank you very much, sir. Nelson Egu asked a question. How do we impute data gotten to get the matrix graph? I'm sure it's looking at how do you do the X and the Y axis so that it looks like, probably want to ask what's on the X axis, what's on the Y axis, so you can get the distribution of the dots to maybe skew to one side so you know what to do. Probably that's the question asking, sir. So what is that?
Yeah, in this case, Nelson, in this case, I had to draw this graph by line. Each of this is a separate line. I just drew these lines by hand. And then I looked at this table here. I decided where to place this dot here. I looked at where the cost is, look at where the maximum, where the minimum is. The highest one is 300. Next to that is 280. So I just did this. I don't have a software for doing this. Most of the other graphs, I drew them from my Minitab software. But this one I did by hand. So I'm sure that you can do it yourself, Nelson. You can just draw this, look at these two variables and then put them where they're supposed to be. Roughly, it may not be accurate, but all that matters is, does it fall in this zone here or this zone here? And the final decision is you address only the items that fall here. Maybe one of these days we'll find the software that can do this for us automatically. Sorry, I seem to have lost the audio.
Sir, Mr. Kingsley, okay, he was on mute.
Yeah, so
okay.
That's a very good answer coming from the speaker. You can also see from what he has said now that, let me even look at the graph. He has told you that he puts the costs on the y-axis is the cost, on the x-axis is the impact, and the arrow is pointed up, which means it is going, the higher it goes, the more expensive it is. If it goes inside, the more impact it is. So if you look at the figures, he's just putting it by weight and cost, impact and cost in one direction. So it can actually give you a guide that, wait a minute, the more expensive one gives me a higher impact. And so the case, you can interpret your table, but it's just for you to present it and to guide you towards performance improvement. It basically tells you that this thing I'm doing, is it working? Okay, this thing I'm doing, how do I know? Just like, for instance, they tell you that if you have 100 POSs in your, as a bank, you can collect more monies. But you discover you have 200 POSs, you're collecting less. And I said, what's going on? You bought POSs this money for this amount, and your cost is this amount. And ask yourself, why am I not seeing the revenue? So this will actually guide you pictorially, and even guide your management. It's like a form of a bar graph or a bar chart. If you look at it from that local term, so your management will actually be very happy if they can get this from you, and they will see, once you're able to understand it and get familiar with it, you'll get it. So let's say, I think your question has been answered. Emanuela said, I need more clarification on how the matrix diagram works in improving performance. I think we just explained that now to speak to the matrix diagram. Then somebody's asking, is quality function deployment a quality tool? If yes, how can it be implemented within a system? Over to you, sir.
Okay, yes, quality function deployment is a tool.
Sorry, sir, for butting in. Hello, sir.
So are we out of time?
Yes, we are. We're actually eating quite deep into the next speaker's time. So what we'll do is that, since we all have you in as our panelists, you can see the Q&A segment, so you can type in the answers, because there's an opportunity for you to type in the answers directly to the questions. So the people that ask the questions can see it. Sorry.
So very good. If you ask the questions, the first speaker for Onyeme, I think we're done with Onyeme's question, we'll answer it. For Anonymous and Ayo Chibuike. For Chibuike, so your two questions will be typed in for you by the presenter, and you get it. So we can move to the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. Thank you for enjoying the session. I'll move over to Temitope to continue this lovely day's program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Saz. I really enjoyed your time. Thank you so much for your very valuable time spent with us here. I believe we got great value for our time because I kept insisting that this conference is free, but trust me, it's great value for your time. And I know with this first session that kicked it off, you can see that you're getting a whole lot. This is supposed to be a paid conference, but because we're nice internal alpha, we're giving it to you for free. Let me just do a quick brief introduction of our next speaker and moderator so we can get right into it. Okay. I believe we can see my screen. So moving up or taking this conversation higher, we're going to be having Mr. Innocent Atasie and Mr. Olumide Ajibawo. And together they will be anchoring us on an interesting topic called effective auditing techniques for on-site and remote audits. I believe here we have a lot of auditors, both internally trained auditors and lead auditors. So trust me, you can't afford to miss this session because it's going to be providing us with insights, relevant insights for this time, especially for this era. So Mr. Innocent is a performance improvement specialist who has provided management system solution for over 50 companies in West and East Africa. As you can see, he's certified to several management system standards and he has conducted audits for a wide variety of management systems in telecoms and other industry. He's currently the managing director and chief executive officer of G2G FM Management System Solution. Moderating with him also is my awesome boss, Mr. Olumide Ajibawo. He's a business leader with over 15 years of experience. He's also an ASQ, that's American Society for Quality senior member, and is certified to several management system standards as a lead auditor and a lead implementer. He's also a certified PCB trainer, and of course, he's currently the MD and CEO of Tenor Alpha Limited. Together, please welcome with me with a good clap, in the chat room like we did earlier. Let's welcome Mr. Innocent Atasie. I see you, Mr. Paul. Thank you for clapping. Let's welcome Mr. Innocent Atasie and Mr. Olumide Ajibawo to take this conversation forward. Over to you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I feel elated. I feel excited also to be on this platform. I would like to especially thank Mr. Olumide Ajibawo and the Tenor Alpha family for putting this together and for also giving me the opportunity to grace the platform this year, on these events of Quality and Risk Summit for the year 2020. So it's a pleasure to be here. I can see there are a lot of us that have been on this platform. I guess I saw and noticed that this program or conference started on a very good note with Mr. Paul Ahire's presentation. I greet you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, without much ado, Ayoola, can you please help me with slides so that we shoot?
Sir, I think it's better you share your screen from your end.
Okay, I share
so
my
that
screen.
we have, yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I guess we can all see my screen. I'm sharing. So the topic before us today is effective auditing techniques for on-site and remote audits. So this will be presented by my humble self, Innocent Atasie. Thank you, Ayoola, for the wonderful introduction. So let's dig in. So within this 45 minutes or thereabout, I have to speak on this topic. I would like to draw your attention to certain focus areas. So we have looking at some quick facts, measure of audit effectiveness, audit life cycle, audit planning, audit execution, audit reporting, tools to support effective remote and on-site audits, continual improvement, they will have room for questions and answers. Okay, our quick facts. Quick fact number one, auditing is a performance improvement tool. So I'm glad we had a performance improvement section before this. Auditing is a performance improvement tool and not an avenue for fault finding or policing. I know some of us will be wondering why start that way? Okay, so it's like setting out the rules of engagement. Okay, so that whatever every other thing we'll say will flow smoothly and we're able to do it the right way. Remember, we're talking about effective auditing techniques. How can your audits be effective? How can you achieve desired or intended results? So auditing is a performance improvement tool. In other words, when you embark on auditing, you are on a fact-finding mission. I repeat, fact-finding mission, not a fault-finding or a policing activity. Okay, so a situation whereby you are, there are two states. You have your current state, and there is a desired or an expected state. So when you deploy this tool, you should be able to know where you are at every given point in time. In other words, how close are you to your expectations? How close are you to your expected state? So number two, effective auditing insulates management systems and organizations at large from heart attack or sudden failure. You know, heart attack doesn't notify, doesn't give prior information. Okay, so any management system that is subjected to auditing, okay, that engages effective auditing, okay, will not be prone to heart attacks or sudden failure because you would have seen the signs. It will expose you to, pitfalls, it will expose you to gaps, it will expose you to, limitations, okay, that have been, plaguing your system. So when you do it the right way, bankruptcy, or you hear that, okay, you are not able to all of a sudden to deliver, based on set targets or objectives. Okay, number three, effective auditing adds value to the organization and as well as other interested parties. When an audit is done in an effective manner, okay, the organization is bound to experience improved performance, okay, credibility, all right, the organization gains credibility, you achieve their results seamlessly. Point number four, your auditor has your best interests at heart. Your auditor has your best interest at heart. Okay, no hard feelings. Okay, no hard feelings here because from my experience over time, it's made to a lot of people are made to believe that the auditors are there to witch hunt, or the auditors are there to they are, some put it, they have come with their trouble. Again, like the way we say it in this part of the world. Okay, so your auditor, look at your auditor now as a key stakeholder, as an interested party in ensuring that your management system is healthy. Yes, fact number five. External audit is required for continued certification and to demonstrate that changes have been adequately addressed. Okay, we have external audits, we have internal audits. Internal audits, okay, is when you decide to audit yourselves, okay, the organization audits itself. That's what you have internal. They have external audits, okay, where you have third parties like your regulators, certification bodies, or even your suppliers, okay. So external audit is required for continued certification. So if an organization is certified and that organization wants to remain certified, okay, you want to maintain your certification, you cannot exclude yourself as an organization from being audited externally. It is key. It's key. Then number 6, internal audit is required for continuous certification as well as to demonstrate internal control effectiveness. Okay, same with external audits. Of course, internal audit is to verify effectiveness of your controls, your internal controls. Okay, and you have to check for adequacy, you have to check for compliance, you have to check for effectiveness. Okay, on your own within the organization. okay, because these are processes that belongs to the organization. You are the ones carrying out the activity, so you would have a clearer picture, a better understanding of the way, you know, the work process, okay, flows, or how things are done within your organization. Point number 7, no certification is obtained or can be obtained if an organization does not go through an audit process over time. I remember some years ago, you know, someone came and said, we need certification and all that. Can't you just do it automatically and we have our? I said, no, there is a process, okay, in place. There's a process in place where you would have to subject your management system to a thorough audit before that system can be certified. Some come and claim that they have an effective management system in place. No doubt about it. But the question is that management system recognized? Okay, what kind of, will you be able to give assurance to your interested parties that you have a management system in place that is healthy? So what it means is that for you to be certified as an organization, then that organization has to go through the audit process over time. Number 8, it provides you the opportunity to identify areas within your organization that require improvement. So it exposes you to several opportunities, okay? Of course, we live in a dynamic world, okay, where a lot of things, you know, things that were obtainable in the past, okay, considering what has happened, looking at the pandemic, for example, you notice that there has been tremendous changes globally. Okay, so when you subject your system to frequent audit, or you carry out an effective audit, there's a possibility for you to be able to identify areas where you need to scale, areas where you need to put in more resources, where you need to channel some, more attention to. So these are my 8 facts. Okay, so let's dive in. So I know some of us may be hearing the word audit for the first time, or some of us might have heard it maybe because of the accounting practice, okay, and some of us may have the intention of becoming auditors in the future. While some of us are already experts, okay, you're already an expert and you just want to recalibrate yourself to know if there are additional information at this time you can get. You're all welcome. So audit definition. The word audit was derived from the Latin word audire. Okay, the word audit was derived from the Latin word audire, which means to hear. Okay, that's using the ear to hear. Okay, so when I say you have to give account for something, so I'm coming to hear you out. Okay, I'm coming to hear. So it's like going for a hearing. Okay, and the person begins to give an account and talk about what has been happening with you. So over time, this has metamorphosed into this definition, okay, that is being presented or captured in ISO 19011-2018 standard. That's guidelines for auditing management systems. Look at the definition on the screen. We said audit is systematic, independent, and documented process for obtaining objective evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are being fulfilled. All right? Systematic, independent, documented process. So it's a critical activity. It's a critical activity, okay? Systematic here, okay, means process, tells you that it will involve a lot of planning. Okay, so your audit cannot be effective if you don't do the proper planning. So if it will involve planning, okay, you need to go through some step-by-step, approach or process. It's procedural in nature. Okay, then you have the word independence. For it to be an effective audit, then it has to be independent. How? It has to be free from bias. Okay, it has to be free from sentiment. It has to be impartial. Then documented. Of course, you can't carry out an effective audit without proper documentation from start to finish. Okay, so that process of getting evidence, activities have been carried out over time, and you suddenly storm the site, okay, based on prior notification, and you begin to ask certain questions, you begin to audit, okay, you are trying to get evidence, you are trying to obtain evidence. Okay, and whatever evidence you obtain, you are comparing it, you are evaluating it objectively. to see to what degree, how much has the audit criteria been fulfilled? How much of that has the audit criteria been fulfilled? Now the question is, okay, what is the audit criteria here? The audit criteria to the organization could be a standard, okay, could be code of practice, could be regulations, okay, environmental regulations, government regulations, could be customer specifications, could be other requirements, could be contractual agreements, could even be company policy. As simple as that. You can audit using the company policy to check for compliance. Okay, so these are examples. We have a lot of them. These are examples, okay, typical examples of audit criteria. So for your audit to be free from bias, for your audit to be impartial, for it to be free from sentiment, we must be clear on what your audit criteria is. Okay, so there are certain elements or attributes of the audit criteria. The question you ask yourself, okay, is this audit criteria, does it form the basis for comparison? Remember the definition is saying evaluating it objectively, okay, against something. So the first question you ask is, does it form the basis for comparison? Okay, so number two, you can ask yourself, okay, is it generally accepted? If you say within the organization, is it generally accepted within the organization, like the company policy? Okay, or does it apply to Yorubas or Igbos, you know, or a certain part of the world and all that? So the question is it generally accepted? Okay, the third thing you can look at is, will it help us achieve our set objectives as an organization? Okay, the fourth thing you can look at here is it traceable? Traceability, is it traceable? Okay, so if it's something within the organization, is there any authority behind it? Okay, if it is an ISO standard, of course, you have ISO before the numbers. So that shows, okay, that it's traceable. Okay, then does it give room? The audit criteria you are going to use or you're using, does it give room for fairness? Does it give room for fairness? Okay, so these are the kind of things you have to look at to know if it's the audit criteria or not. And don't forget the examples I gave. I gave standards, codes of practice, regulations, company policy, contractual agreements, and the likes. Okay, so for you to conduct an effective audit, then that process is expected to undergo or be subjected to what? This life cycle. There's audit life cycle, okay, which you have come up with, and many auditors, of course, who have been practicing for years would agree with me that yes, in the course of carrying out audit, at one point in time or the other, they find themselves in these various boxes. Okay. It's a closed cycle. There's no opening or breach anywhere. Take note. So you have planning, preparation phase, you have the execution phase, you have the reporting phase, and you have the continual improvement phase. Don't forget audit life cycle. We'll come back to that just in about 2 minutes. Okay, so before we launch into our audit life cycle to see how it works, you know, our planning, to execution, the reporting, and continual improvement stage, I'd like us to ask ourselves this question. Okay, so how do we measure effectiveness when it comes to audit? And I believe I'm referring to internal auditors and external auditors. Okay, even auditors in training, or those who will be even auditees, yes, so that you'll understand the reason why, you know, I wouldn't want to say the auditor has taken a certain position and all that, okay? So how do we measure effectiveness of our audit in terms of key performance indicators? In terms of key performance indicators, one, processes audited. Okay, you have 20 processes, for example, and for the past 3 years, when you look down the line, you discover that you've only been able to audit 10 or 15 successfully. Would you say you have conducted an effective audit over time? Over time, yes, we have certain constraints, okay, on the certain reasons why you're not really able to do that within a short time frame, but you have to look at it over the long run. Will it be possible for us to go around or go through all the processes and ensure that they have met the requirements? Okay, so locations covered, you have 30 locations, for example, okay, and you'll be subjecting only 5 locations to audits. Okay, so what happens to the 25 locations? Okay, so you have to look into your spread, okay, or your mapping technique to ensure that at least within a short period of time, this has been evenly distributed, okay, across your locations. The technology deployed, okay, where you need to maybe scale up in the aspect of the use of software, okay, how has that been over time? So these are things you can look at and set as your own measure, okay, of effectiveness of an audit. Then in terms of competence level, you have been using internal auditors, or you have been auditing the system over time. Okay, so what's the difference between your performance, okay, at this audit compared to the previous audit? Okay, in terms of one, level of confidence, in terms of your level of understanding of the standards. Okay, have you improved? Do you understand what the standards it's talking about, or the code of practice, or maybe it's a corporate social responsibility policy or whatever document that's serving as the audit criteria? Okay, so has your confidence level improved in terms of your confidence, in terms of your understanding of the standard or the requirements, and how you present your audit findings? How? We notice also that it's been a lot of challenge for internal auditors. From my experience, when I go to audit clients, okay, we carry out some external audits, and we discover when we look at the internal audit results, sometimes, you know, we're a bit worried, and sometimes we advise that you go for more training, especially when we compare audit results back to back. So the challenge a lot used to have is how to word or how to present the audit findings. You have the idea, you know there's something wrong or there's something right, but how do I present this in such a way that, you know, it will provide clarity and it'll be easy for us to address the issue. Okay, so these are things you can look at. Then for frequency of the audits. Frequency of the audit is also very important. There are some clients that prefer to audit depending on the type of audit or activity, or management system, or any other system, okay, that they choose to demonstrate conformity with. Okay, so frequency is also very important. Okay, we agree to consult maybe twice in a year, and maybe after a year or two, we're able to do it once. And if you say the challenge is because of the pandemic, for example, then you are living in the past, because remote auditing is come to stay. So those of us maybe who have not explored this avenue, I think this is an opportunity for us to look in that direction. So giving an excuse in the future that because of the pandemic, you know, or certain kind of restrictions, we're not able to have an audit, okay, financial audit or any other form of audit, then that may not hold weight. Then the mode of audits, okay, like I've already talked about, what mode, okay, of audit do we use? We actually started 2 years ago with physical audit all through, and we have 5 locations that need to be audited. We have transited to auditing 2 remotely and 3 still physical. So what's the intention? Okay, the intention we need a short while is for us to be able to audit remotely completely, okay, or the ability to be able to swing, you know, as situation warrants, but not affecting, you know, our activity or bringing about any setback or delay. Also, the quality of reports, okay. When you turn out reports at the end of the audit, okay, would you be able to say there's a significant difference between the quality of your report last year's, compared to the one you just turned out? So these are things, okay, we can all look at, take into consideration when we need to measure effectiveness, okay, of audits. Remember, I mentioned the audit life cycle. I said on the audit life cycle, you have the preparation and planning phase, you have the execution phase, you have reporting and continual improvement. So for planning and preparation, okay, I came up with a few words, okay, just for ease of reference. We have purpose, we have mode, define, consult, set up, develop, communicate. Okay, so just for ease of reference. So purpose here, you must understand or know, the question is, what's the intention? What's the intention, okay? You have to begin with the end in mind, okay? Now, the grass is greener on the other side. We hear that because somebody has been doing the work. Now, you have to begin, okay, with the end in mind. What result do you intend to achieve? What goal or what target have you set as far as your system is concerned, as far as the department is concerned, as far as certain activities is concerned? You are expected to work with an improvement mindset, okay? See a better future, and let's say be optimistic. Be optimistic. All right. Thank you. Set achievable, realistic objectives. Okay, for example, to verify conformance to the requirements of that standard, to check for effectiveness, okay, of our printing machine, printing production process, okay, to check for effectiveness or competence of staff, back to back and all that. So these are things, you can look at. Also, clarity is key. So before you run, you need to be on your tracks. Okay, so that's what preparation is all about. You must understand purpose. You must define your purpose. So the next here is the mode. Will it be physical or will it be remote audit? So you must decide from the beginning. You must decide from the beginning. If you say, okay, physical audits, now you determine the protocols to be observed, including policies, venue, space, personnel, logistics, infrastructure, etc. And also for physical audit, take into consideration change, okay, environmental changes. Yes, I think that's come to stay. So change, okay, is very important, okay, as far as physical audit now is concerned. For remote audits, select an appropriate IT platform. Okay, we have a lot of IT platforms now. Okay, like now we're communicating, okay, on this platform, Zoom. We have Microsoft Teams, we have GoToMeeting and several others. Okay, so you select an appropriate IT platform, test capability, then train potential users and apply, and then deploy the technology. Then don't forget to manage time differences. Don't forget, it's very important, especially those of us that operate or manage locations outside the country. I believe some of the guys I'm speaking with today are not within the country. So you may need to audit a location maybe in Nairobi, for example. Nairobi, for example, is about 2 hours ahead of us. Okay, so if you're not conscious of that, you may not be able to achieve your objective. So managing time differences is very important. Okay, ensuring that you select an appropriate IT platform. Okay, test capability, train potential users, and then deploy technology. Okay, so define. What do you need to define here? The question is, what is the scope of the audit and what is the audit criteria? See, we're back to audit criteria here. You need to define it. You need to define it. Okay, so for this audit, what are our boundaries? Okay, how many locations are we looking at? What are the processes that are to be audited? So it has to be defined. What are our focus areas? Okay, what are focus areas? It's also important that you take into consideration the results of performance reports of previous audits and all that. Okay, and also take into consideration criticality of the areas or processes. So then for criteria, okay, like I said, standard code of practice, the specification we're auditing against, policies, organizational requirements of any framework. Okay, it could be an IT framework, for example. Okay, maybe COVID for IT, or the best practice maybe on code of conduct, regulations, environmental regulations. Okay, that has to do with maybe managing noise, waste management, and all that, things around that. Okay, so you should understand what our criteria is, so you must define that. Okay, you need to consult. Remember, mind you, we're not dealing with robots, you're dealing with human beings that have emotions, that have feelings, okay, and they have a mind of their own, of course. So you need to consult. You need to get buy-in from top management first, because management's commitment is key to implementation, to auditing, to certification, whatever activity around this you may be considering. So you need to get buy-in from top management. You need to sell skillfully to key decision makers. Okay, then you need to bring various process owners and stakeholders to the table. You bring them to the table, then you also need to agree on audit dates and modes. You need to agree. Okay, we don't need to tell them, we need to agree. Okay, on audit dates and modes. So ensure that everyone is available and involved. You have set up. What are you to set up here? What are you to establish or put together? what are you to put together here? You have to select audit team members and ensure that they are accountable for the project. They are accountable for the project. Of course, impartiality, very important here. You cannot audit your own process. You can't set up an audit team, okay, and the persons you're asking to audit a particular process, it works. Let's say you want someone who audit production or audit maintenance, okay, or IT, okay, as case may be, and the person who is to audit IT, you know, is a member of IT or has some kind of link, okay, close relationship with that department, okay, or supervises their department. So these are things we try to minimize as much as possible. So you need to take objectivity and impartiality seriously when assigning audit roles and processes. So team members cannot audit their own process. You develop an audit plan. So all you have said now, you have defined the scope, the criteria, you know, you have gotten buy-in from management and process owners. You have, established, the objectives. You have clarity on what you want to achieve. So you look at that. So you get to this point where you need to now develop the audit plan. Still part of planning. Still part of planning. So you need to develop an audit plan, and that audit plan must be documented and maintained. Please, no verbal audits from. No verbal audit plan. Okay, we've had a situation whereby yes, there was an audit, and were you not aware? Were you aware? All those issues, you try to minimize them as much as possible. Okay, so once there's a documented plan, it's assumed that it's been agreed on. Okay, so the next thing you do is you communicate the plan. Okay, from my experience, I would say give at least 2 weeks. Auditing the audit. If it's an internal audit, for example, you're not coming to the audit because external auditors are coming next week. Okay, then that audit will not be effective. Okay, so you already have this. Okay, those of us who are familiar with the ISO standards will know, okay, we have things around audit program, audit plan, or audit schedule. Okay, so we should know ahead of time. So if you want to communicate this audit plan, okay, I would say, from my experience, at least 2 weeks before the audit commencement date, then you also send follow-up messages. You need to follow up, okay? You need to follow up on this. Okay, so don't forget planning. We talked about purpose, mode, define, consult, set up, develop, and communicate. So now you're done with planning. The next is to shoot. Okay. How do you implement? Now you have to ensure now that the audit is conducted seamlessly. Okay, we used to say that proper preparation prevents poor performance. Proper preparation. So we have talked about that, but we assume you've done it the right way, you've done it the proper way. Okay, so it's time for us to execute. All right. So number one, you conduct the audit. Okay, how do you conduct the audit? There has to be an opening meeting. Okay, please, there has to be an opening meeting. Okay, at the opening meeting, you are able to provide clarity, you're able to douse tension, especially for external audits, you're able to douse tension, you're able to clear the air, and clarify and answer certain basic questions, and provide certain kind of information ahead for the auditee to be able to work with, So you cannot conduct an audit, an effective audit, if you don't have an opening meeting. Opening meeting is a very powerful tool, Okay, so after the opening meeting, okay, of course, you audit processes, you audit activities, you audit departments, okay, and how do you do that? By drawing sufficient samples, okay? There is no standard amount or quantity of samples that you need to draw at a time, okay, but you have to draw samples sufficient, okay? You have to take into consideration the audit time and the criticality of the process, okay, that's being audited. And you have to do this because you need to minimize audit risk, so that you need to minimize oversights, okay, and the tendency to report false reports, okay, to generate false reports, okay. So audit these processes by drawing sufficient samples, okay. Coming up with samples, for example, from my own experience, okay, I've always preferred to stay with odd numbers, okay, and the odd numbers cannot be 1. No, 1 is not sufficient. Okay, so if you're drawing up a number of samples, if you stay with a number like 4 and you have a 2-2 situation, so what would you say at the end of the day? Would you say it's a non-conformity, or would you say it's an observation, or would you say it's an opportunity for improvement, or even a positive finding? Okay, so I try as much as possible to stay with an odd number. Okay, and then if there's any need to sample further, yes, you can sample further. Okay, so as to provide a reasonable assurance that whatever outcome that is being presented is a true representation, okay, of the entire process. So audit processes, activities department by applying profound techniques. Okay, so these are auditing techniques, profound audit techniques, okay, that we have deployed over the years. Okay, through observation, of course, document review, we need to interview, and you need to conduct technical verification. Please take notes. Please, you need to take notes. Okay, so there's nothing like I understand or I know, I will note it later. Okay, so there are a lot of things that we need to take notes. Okay, auditors, I don't think I'm still yet to confirm if there will be a time where we wouldn't need to be taking notes. Okay, whether you do it manually or you do it electronically, you have to take notes. Okay, so you need to pick objective evidences, and remember the audit conclusion is based on this evidence. Okay, it's based on this evidence. Remember I mentioned auditing techniques in the last slide. Okay, when you audit processes, you audit departments, okay, you are expected to deploy certain audit techniques. So you have to ensure that the audit is conducted seamlessly. Now look at these techniques. What do you observe? Number one is observation. Okay, it has to do with your 5 senses. Okay, perception. So what do you see? What do you hear? What have you noticed? Okay, when it gets to a particular point, it raises an alarm or it triggers. You watch it over time. They said yes, after 2 minutes, it will raise an alarm, or after 3 minutes, it will trigger or to cut off. So you stay back and watch it and see. Okay, after 2 minutes, yes, it has. Okay, you look around for policies, objectives and all that. You even the work area, okay, is it conducive enough? So you observe how are they carrying out their work or their activity? How is the task at that location being carried out? Okay, what's the attitude to work? Management's commitment, and also these are things you can observe, and a lot more. Number 2 here is document review. Document review. So you have to ask for relevant documents and records, audit for adequacy and control. Okay, auditing is evidence-based. Okay, so you cannot do without looking for documents and relevant records. To back up whatever claim that the auditee is making or presenting. Yes, a key part is interview. You need to discuss with respective process owners or representative. Please note this last sentence. It has to be conversational. It has to be not confrontational. It has to be conversational. How can we make it conversational? What do we mean when we say it has to be conversational? One, you ask open-ended questions. Ask open-ended questions. Like, how do you determine? How? When you say how, okay, it's an open-ended question. You're giving the auditee an opportunity to respond. But if you ask the question like, did you determine this? Of course, it will either be a yes or a no. So if you keep asking a yes and a no kind of question, okay, which we'll call closed-ended questions, you will not be able to get sufficient evidence, and that your auditing is not going to be effective. So you need to ask, so for it to be conversational, you need to ask open-ended, calmly. You need to calmly ask, okay, open-ended questions. How do you do this? How do you ensure that, okay, how do you arrive at this? So open-ended questions, very important. Then you have to make the auditee, in this case, feel at ease or relaxed. Then you have to also give reasonable time for the auditee to respond. This is also very, very, in other words, if you're auditing, you have to be a good listener. You have to be a good listener, and that's the only way it can be conversational. Okay, because there are a lot of things, words the auditee, would have to say, a lot of things you have to say. And even the facial expression, the body language of the auditee can also give you additional information about what you've just asked. Okay, so it has to be conversational. Okay, so make the auditee feel relaxed, give reasonable time for the auditee to respond, then inform the auditee okay, about the status or progress, okay, at that point, and that's where you can make it conversational. That's where you can make it conversational. And the fourth one here is technical verification. I walk into a place, okay, and I discover that they displayed call center numbers, about 6 call center numbers, and I bring out my phone and I decide to call the numbers one after the other. Okay, that's an example. Okay, I discover that only one is functional or none at some point. Okay, you know, it's functional. All right, so that could be a typical technical verification that an auditor, you want to check the veracity or something, you want to verify something. Okay, now the way the machine operates is that, okay, after it has filled the bag, it will seal the bag, okay, with the finished product, okay, at a weight of maybe 10 kilograms. The machine will also display 10 kilograms. So how are we sure that what has been churned out is 10 kilograms? Of course, there could be a weighing scale somewhere else where you could put, the bag could be moved to do. So these are not things that the auditor is expected to do directly. He could ask the auditee to do them, you know, for him to see how this works. So that's one of the auditing techniques where you can verify, you can test to confirm veracity of something. Like I said here, please be careful here. You can ask process owners to test for you to see. Please. Very, very, very important. So remember our audit life cycle. We talked about planning, preparation. We've talked about conducting the audits, that's implementation. Now reporting, the C part. Okay, the third one is reporting. How do you report? Okay, if it's a team you're working with, then you need to have a meeting, okay, or a briefing section where you need to put your findings together, and the lead auditor should be able to preside over the meeting where he will be able to present the audit findings. So how do you put your audit findings together? Now look at it. The objective evidence you picked, you are comparing it now with the audit criteria that has been established at the beginning. Okay, so you compare that, and that will lead you to getting your audit findings, which could be positive or which could be negative. Okay, so positive audit findings when you meet the requirements of that audit criteria. Okay, then you have negative findings when there are deviations. Okay, and that can also be in categories. Then you compare the audit findings you've gotten, which could be positive, negative, okay, with the audit objective. Look at the audit objective and compare. Okay, so you'll be able to arrive at a conclusion. Can we say at the end of the day that our management system is healthy or in place and we're ready for external audits? Okay, can we say at the end of the day we have touched every area sufficiently, that we don't need to do a follow-up audit? Okay, or can we say that we don't need to change our mode of auditing to this? So these are many things we need to look at. Can we say we have covered sufficient location, or we have deployed the right technology? So these are a lot of things that comes to play, okay, comes to mind at this point. So, and also, when you produce your audit conclusion for internal audits or most audits, you need to also come up with recommendations. You need to capture your findings clearly. You need to capture your findings clearly, and you need to classify all the findings appropriately. So if it's a non-conformity, it's a non-conformity observation, okay, and all that. Then number 2, yeah, we need to present all the findings at the closing meeting. You cannot have a closing meeting without presenting the audit findings. Let's know how we have performed, how we have fared, okay, after subjecting us to, you know, we'll say too much tension, okay, all right. So you should present the audit findings at the closing meeting, and presentation should include audit conclusion and recommendation. To produce quality summary reports and submit to relevant management. So if it's an internal audit and you had a situation whereby you had to seek buy-in or get buy-in from top management, so at the end of the activity, you should demonstrate to relevant management or top management that this activity has been effectively carried out. Okay. There's no big deal here, but I think it's important to also mention about continual improvement. So what are typical tools to support effective remote and on-site audits? Okay, for on-site audit and remote audit, of course, you need your PC, your computer system. Okay, I would not recommend any particular software, but it's been tested already. There are some softwares that you could use to simulate, you know, your reports, and you could use to put certain kind of information and engage other people, you know, together. But I will not recommend that on this platform yet. Now, For on-site audit, of course, typical things you can look at, of course, it has to be a computer system, of course, workspace, meeting area, suitable personal protective equipment, depending on the organization or the sites that's been audited. Of course, there has to be a guide, the required documentation and checklists. Please, checklists is very important. Checklists so that you don't drift or you're not carried away because you have limited time to this work. So this checklist should have been prepared. Okay, it's called AD Memo. Okay, it should have been prepared before to aid memory. Okay, yeah, over time. So these are things you should have identified that these are the areas you want to look into as far as this audit is concerned. Of course, writing materials, then there has to be your standard or reference document. Why? You need to have your standard and reference document. Of course, the audit finding will be challenged. Okay, it will be challenged, and you should be able to demonstrate, yes, it's a particular finding. It has turned out to become a particular finding. So it should be traceable to the standard or the reference document. So we have to be very conscious of this. There are certain areas, of course, access, kind of permits. There are some areas you need to get access, and of course, the audit plan, very important. For remote audits, okay. For remote auditing, of course, we need our system. Okay, we have, of course, you must have, like we have now, your IT infrastructure and the subscription. Then we have talked about the online platforms which you can engage that has enabled audio and video capabilities. Then our required documentation, okay, which could come in as soft copy. Then writing materials, the movable camera. Movable camera is like what we have on a phone. I remember when I had to audit a laboratory remotely, a laboratory. Okay, so they had to take the camera around the lab, and okay, it was possible for me to see the names of the equipment. So you can see that it had to go that close. They had to go that close. We had to see the names of the equipment. Okay, we had to check even the calibration history pasted on the equipment. Calibration history pasted on the equipment. Okay, we had to move the camera to a file room where we had to see the way the files were start, and I had to call for a particular file, okay, particular number, okay, which was brought out, and we had to see what was in that file. Okay, that was a sample. So that's why I included movable camera here. Then you have, of course, standard and reference documents, like I mentioned, and of course, we need a checklist, okay, so that you don't drift. Okay, so then audit plan, time management is key also for remote audits, okay, because you need some kind of control while you're doing this. So the last is continual improvement, continual improvement, continual improvement. So how do you carry out this? Continual improvement is simply recurring activity to enhance performance. So it's continuous, okay? Recurring activity to enhance performance. Now, what you need to do here is to take correction and corrective actions, if any. And how do you take correction and corrective actions? I'm glad we had a presentation on performance improvement where we introduced some tools. I remember the Ishikawa diagram. Okay, the 5 whys and the like. So you need to determine the root cause. You can deploy any of those tools you have talked about. Yes, Pareto analysis, they are very effective tools. I use them also. So you can determine the root cause. Okay, then when you determine the root cause, you develop your corrective action plan. Okay, don't have a correction mindset. Have a corrective action mindset. There are two different things. Okay, don't have a correction mindset, but have a corrective action. Okay, so you'll be able to implement an effective corrective action plan when you have done a proper or a thorough root cause assessment or analysis. So when you implement the corrective action plan, what do you do next? You need to verify, or you need to test for effectiveness of the corrective action. Now, why am I laying emphasis on this? I remember a client, I think, I audited some years ago, where there was a non-conformity. And to close out the non-conformity, okay, at the end of the day, the closeout was affecting another department. It was a very bad situation. They closed out the non-conformity department, but it was a problem. It has triggered another problem, in another department. So that's why we have to be conscious and clear, about this. So you need to really look at the root cause and the proper root cause analysis, then take it down, implement. You need to test, okay, for effectiveness of the corrective action. 2, of course, learning never ends. You need to attend training programs for better performance. Then you audit frequently. Okay, so when you do it over time, you gain orders to succeed. Take notes, power orders to succeed. Okay, so in summary, auditing is a performance improvement tool and not an avenue for fault finding or policing. Okay, it's not an avenue for fault finding or policing. Don't forget that. You need to take into consideration changes, especially at this time. We need to take into consideration changes. These changes could be environmental, technological, okay, when planning audits, and we need to adapt accordingly. You know, we say evolve or die. So you need to take all these changes into consideration and you need to adapt accordingly. Number three, the largest room in the world is a room for improvement. So you can always do better. Okay. So even if the outcome looks pleasant, commendable, that does not mean you should go to sleep. Okay. So you can always do better. You could always improve. Four, effective auditing is premised. Effective auditing is premised on proper planning, execution, reporting, and continual improvement. So with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to make it as simple as possible. No ambiguities. Difficult to understand. It's a lower elementary school, kind of setting. So that we can understand these words clearly. Okay, so what I'm particular about, what I'm interested in is effectiveness at the end of the day. So are we able to achieve desired results? Are we able to set the right kind of objectives? How much of it have we been able to achieve? And what are plans for improvement? So these are things, that matter to me, or very important to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent. I'll take it off to Mr. Ajibawo.
I think I too have to clap for him. Thank you very, very much.
Sir, I'm standing, sir.
Thank you. It's not always easy to plan an audit and to conduct an audit internally. Yes. Especially if you are managing a big organization that has so many depots, so many departments, so many superiors, so many issues, people running after their own daily deadline.
Yes.
But from what you have said, you have reminded us that the first thing to do, if you are managing an audit, you are lead auditor, internal audit team lead, you need to set an objective, measurable objectives. How will your activity, that audit process, be measured? Is it the number of audits planned to the total number of audits executed? I understand this because in the bank then, that's how audit group was measured. Okay. Number two, the number of issues that you are able to reduce over the years. So that takes me to what Engineer Paul Ahire said, trend analysis. If your audit process is working, it's adding value, the trend analysis output should tell you whether the number of issues internally are reducing, whether the number of issues is reducing, whether customer complaints is reducing, the risk is reducing, regulatory infraction is reducing over time. That will probably tell you that the auditors are doing their work, they are on top of their game, they are proactive, they are reviewing essential processes. They are quite vast with changing times in businesses. Businesses have changed. In the last 20 years, banks were not even issuing money through ATM. Today, there are ATMs. Today, there's online transactions. Tomorrow, the game will change. That's what Industry 4.0 is telling us. It therefore means that internal auditors, external auditors, we need to acquire knowledge relevant to current happenings to be able to deliver. And lastly, before I take questions, external bodies had challenge early this year. They didn't anticipate COVID-19. Okay, so when COVID-19 came forth and there were lockdown all over the world, they will still need to maintain management system. Management system will still have to be maintained. Will you then say remote audit was not feasible or is substandard to physical audit? So the certification bodies had to re-engineer the process. So it therefore means that auditors will have to pick sufficient evidences to assure one that the audit exercise, even if it is done remotely, is equal in effectiveness to physical audits. So let's take note of that. We need to build knowledge and we'll keep adding that over time. So I now take the questions that we have posted. Though not much of questions we have posted here, but we still have, we can drop some. So I'm picking from what one anonymous person dropped here. He said, is it possible to come for an audit and not auditing all the key departments? That's number one. Can an auditor prepare an audit checklist for an audit from just clauses of the standard, assuming you are using ISO standard? And he said, could that be due to time constraints? So he's asking for a guidance on this. Engineer Atasie.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Yes, you could have a situation whereby you have rolled out your audit plan, okay, and for one reason or the other, all the processes were not audited. Okay, the thing here is that you need to provide justification for that occurrence. Okay, and then of course you need to work around that, and reschedule appropriately. But before you can reschedule appropriately, remember you cannot do without finding out the root cause. What has led to, the termination, or what has created that breach or that gap at that point in time, and see how you can address it as much as possible. Okay, that's very important. Let me bring this also to your notice. I remember there was an organization some years ago, okay, that at least told me they conduct their audit once in a year, but they don't conduct the audit for all the processes the same day or the same, some we mark 2 days or 4 days. So they don't conduct the audits 4 days at a stretch. That way, what they ensure is that within that 1 year cycle, all the processes would have been audited. So we can have an audit plan giving specific days, maybe per quarter or per season, depending. But the most important thing is to ensure that within that cycle, okay, at the end of the cycle, all those processes should have been audited. Okay, so that's the most important thing, because you can have complex processes. I understand the situation where you need a lot of time, and you need to commit a lot of time, and you need approvals here and there and all that. So you can break it down process by process. Okay, we have zone B to zone A, B, C, and the zone A will audit you in the first quarter, zone B will audit you in the second quarter, zone C will audit you in the third quarter, then the last one, fourth quarter. The most important thing is that at the end of the year, we're going to produce our audit report, and the issues that in the system have been adequately addressed. So now, as for audit criteria, the second question you asked, that's why you need to define this at the beginning. You need to define this. That's why anytime I go to audit, I look at the audit criteria. So some will write, okay, ISO 9001, then they write company policy, what have you, environmental regulations and all that. So those things have to be listed and agreed there from the onset. Now, I understand why you asked this question. You may have a situation whereby, okay, we only mentioned, okay, ISO 9001, and, of course, as it applies to different requirements, as contractual requirements, regulatory requirements, and as the case may be. So if along the line, I need to look at, maybe use the company policy, or I see that, okay, there is something vital here that will add value to the organization, then it can come as an opportunity for improvement. Okay, you don't need to necessarily word it as a non-conformity, or you can capture it as an opportunity. That if we look into this area also, it will help us, achieve the intended outcome or desired value. So it's not that you neglect it completely. Okay, so we can take note of it so that it can help to improve our activity.
Okay, thank you very, very much. There's a question here. He said it is not a okay. Now there's a question here. The person is asking that do you consider it necessary to conduct an HSE induction for remote audits?
Okay, this is a very good question. Very, very good question. Okay, now, considering the times we are in, okay, I'll answer these questions in 2 ways. Okay, so what is the purpose of the induction? Is it for people to work in a particular location or site? Okay, so if people are expected to work in a defined location, we have a defined location, maybe somewhere in Lagos, in Lekki, a defined location. You can provide an induction, yes, on site, online, okay, or remotely, as it applies to that location. Okay, you can provide it sufficiently as it applies to that location. Okay, so but that's what I said, we have to understand what location it applies to. So is it a situation whereby people have to be working remotely, or So these are things we also need to take into consideration. So there's nothing wrong with conducting your HSC induction online. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's not be sure of the sites that applies to. It's site-specific based. Because when I get into flour mills, for example, the kind of induction I receive there could be slightly different from the one I receive when I walk into Total, okay, and all that. So it has to be, it has to be tailor-made for that particular site.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I think I have just 2 more questions that I would like to read here. One of them is asking, says, at what point do you say that a non-conformance to standard is major or minor during an audit exercise?
Oh, good question. Good question. Okay. I'll bring up a practical situation here. When there are 2 categories of non-conformities, okay? We have the major non-conformity and we have a minor non-conformity. When there is gross negligence, take note, gross negligence, okay, of the full requirements of the standard. Like now, if you look at the ISO management system standards, full requirements includes management review or things like internal audits. So an organization did not plan the internal audits, did not conduct the internal audit, did not select auditors, did not report the internal audit, did not take correction or correct. Can you see the loads? So everything that has to do with internal audits, you didn't do. Okay, or maybe you just paid attention to just one part. Maybe you conducted the audits. You didn't report, you didn't prepare a plan, you didn't select auditors, you know that. See, that's major. Okay, so where there is gross negligence or a behavior or a disposition that can cripple or compromise, lead to a compromise of the integrity of the management system. You go to an organization, for example, and you discover that every department did not determine the risks that apply to their various processes. Okay, you audit production, no risk determined. You audit maintenance, no risk determined. Okay, so across the organization, you can see this is happening organization-wide. Of course, that's a major non-conformity because if we don't understand our risk, how can we achieve improvement? How can we ensure that we're able to achieve the intended outcomes? How can we eliminate or minimize undesirable effects? Okay, so these are things you look at. So, but when there is a partial fulfillment, okay, partial, not the word, partial fulfillment, that's where you have a minor non-conformity. An example again with internal audits. You planned the internal audits, you conducted the internal audits, you selected auditors, okay, you reported the audits, but you did not take correction or corrective action. There were non-conformities out of the audit, but you didn't close them out. Okay, or you closed them out, but you didn't report the audits. Okay, so just one, maybe an aspect from a whole lot, okay, that's where you have minor non-conformity. So when there's partial fulfillment of the requirement of standard, that's where minor non-conformity is awarded.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Atasie. This is just the last question, which may be personal to you.
Okay.
And we want you to assume yourself as any one of us, whether an internal auditor or external auditor. Okay. And the question is, have you been discouraged at any point in time as an auditor when a non-conformity that you previously raised or you cited have not been fully resolved? How do you adjust or respond to this as somebody that is serious minded?
Yes. Okay.
That's the question.
Yes, I'm an internal auditor, for example. Okay, and okay, let's say I'm the ISO coordinator in this case in an organization where we detected a non-conformity. Okay, and we tried everything possible to address the non-conformity. And of course, we have conducted another audit and it has resurfaced the same non-conformity. Okay. Of course, part of the requirement as an ISO coordinator is to report to my relevant management. That's my own responsibility first. Okay. You need to report to management about the performance of the management system and provide a sufficient explanation to them under recommendation that this can affect our certification. If you decide it's a certification, you say we'll get into trouble very soon if this continues. I don't know your position within the organization, you know. So if, for example, is the MD, it's not a problem. It's easy for him to kick the bad apple out or a shovel, okay? But if it's a junior manager who is the ISO coordinator, that will be a big challenge for him. So what he simply needs to do is to report it. That's all. let it be part of your report, present it at the end of the day, do your analysis and say, okay, this was what happened the last time, this is what has happened again. Then I think a member of management, okay, if it's important to them, will take that seriously, take it up and see how they can address it from their level. Because you need authority in that kind of situation to address that. Then what we have experienced also over time is when we come for external audits, okay, such issues may surface, so it makes it very easy for even external auditors to deal with, because of course, something is on the line, something has taken care. So, I mean, somebody has to adjust, someone has to adjust as the case may be.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. I mean, I'm here clapping and I don't even know where to start from, but thank you also. Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent, and thank you so much, Mr. Ajibal. That was another very hot session. We're just really pressed for time. That's why, of course, I had to, quickly come on, because our next speakers are here. I just need to shout out to every participant that is still standing strong. I mean, I know some people have dropped, but those of you that are still standing strong, I salute you. I mean, because I know you're getting great value for your time. So you can still reach out to your colleagues, maybe some that have dropped, and some that have not joined since, because we have two more sessions to go, and we're rounding up for today. All right, to take it a step higher, our third session is about to start, and we have two very exciting young men here to take it to another level. One is Mr. Seun Taiwo, and the other is Mr. Peter Okolo. Our topic now is steps to building sustainable safety culture in a people-centered organization. So for those of you in the safety space, for those of you that are MDs in a very top position, this is one key area you should please listen to, because there's a whole lot of value to be gotten from here. Once again, I need to just say is that Mr. Innocent, please, you can still go back to the Q&A box to answer some questions that may not have been asked. So you can type in your answers there so that the person that asks them can see the answers, even though you can't, answer live. Thank you. So a brief summary of our speaker. Seun Taiwo is an environmental health and safety professional. He's based in Canada. So you see one of the benefits of technology. We're going to be talking to someone from Canada soon. And he's here already live and direct. He holds an environmental professional designation with ECHO Canada, and is a national construction safety officer with Alberta Construction Safety and Association. He's also a radiation safety officer, and a PCB certified ISO 14001 for lead implementer. He currently works with the Regional Recreation of Wood Buffalo as a risk and health and safety manager. I mean, he's the perfect person to handle this role. And of course, it's going to be moderated by the very interesting Mr. Peter Okolo, who is currently the head of security and safety at the reputable Fidelity Bank. Please, with a good clap, let's welcome them. So, Saz, over to you. You can put on, yes, you can put on your screen.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, welcome to this interesting topic. This is a topic that is very dear to my heart, because I know that sustainable organizations are enduring, successful, very enduring, successful, and yet not all successful organizations, I'm sure you know, will endure or are sustainable over time. All right, so it's important that we look at the resilience that we see in organizations that have decided to imbibe and build a culture, a safety culture within their system. And that's why we'll be dealing with somebody who is actually a people's person. I mean, going through his profile, I see that he's worked in a lot of organizations as a safety person across 4 different organizations. And I'm sure that he will be able to give us much more, today. All right, so at this moment, I want to welcome Seun Taiwo right here for us to look at the steps to building sustainable safety culture in a people-centered organization. So Taiwo, you're welcome. You can see what technology can do for us. Here, we are in Nigeria, just coming out of NSAS issues and the carnage that we witness here in Lagos. A lot of safety challenges. but we're good, and we're out of it. So you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, I want us to kick off immediately. And my first question will be, how do you
sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. He's meant to give his presentation first before you start the question.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
His
I'll allow
presentation
you
is going to be very brief.
Yeah, sorry. I'll allow you to give your presentation, then I will because I have a lot of questions. That will tell you how anxious I am to bombard him with questions.
Yes.
No worries. I'll try my best to answer all your questions.
So that you just come and just be ready for us. All right. So go ahead with your slides. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon to everyone from here. Good morning from here. I'm here in Canada, and I'll be sharing my screen with you, and that way you can see what I have out here. I don't know if everybody can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. And you can hear me loud and clear. Sorry, it's morning, so in case you hear people make some sounds, people are just getting out to go to work. So, my agenda, before I start, I'd like to say thank you to Teno Alpha and Mr. Olumide Ajibawo for giving me this opportunity to speak at this wonderful event. My experiences and my trainings, I guess some of the things he has looked at and given me this opportunity. He has given me the opportunity on several other platforms, which I won't discuss here, but he's one of my mentors. And thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming out here. The agenda for this discussion, I'm going to be talking about steps in building a sustainable safety culture in a people-centered organization. I have worked even here in Canada. Before I left Nigeria, I worked shortly for Industrial Training Fund, where I trained and also performed a lot of health and safety responsibilities. Here in Canada, I've worked for 4 organizations, and all organizations have been a people-centered environment. So most of the things I'll be talking about are a mixture of my Canadian experience and my Nigerian experience. So I'll take you through a lot of things. A few things, whenever I talk about legislation, in Nigeria, I know our legislations are not very strong as regards safety, or people don't comply as much, but I will be talking a lot about some of the changes I've observed and some of the things I've gone through. So to start, I'll go through a few definitions. I'll just breeze through those definitions. I'll talk about what a good safety culture is, some observable behaviors in a positive culture, safety culture models, and organizational examples. So I'll be giving you some examples from my previous organization where I worked, just my recent organization. I also talk about the importance of a good safety culture. I'll breeze through most of them, then I'll go through the steps. These initial information will be like a foundation for us to be able to understand some of the things I'll be going through with the steps. So I'll go through my definitions. What is a workplace? No matter what anybody says, a workplace can be from your living room, because the environment where I work in, people work from home. It could be from your living room or your cubicle to as far as a complex plant environment. So my definitions, just move this a little bit. So my definition will be a workplace refers to, sorry, I'm just trying to move my screens around so I'm comfortable with this. Okay, a workplace is considered a location where work is carried out on behalf of the employer. Workplace vary from place to place and complexity. On behalf of the employer, you can be your employer. You can also be employed by somebody else, or you can even be contracting by contracting for someone. Hazards, workplace hazards. Everywhere we go, every time we talk about hazards, people always have their own definitions for hazards. But a general definition for hazard, a hazard is any source of potential damage, harm, or adverse effect on something or someone. So every time you hear about hazard, always think about it as a potential source of harm to a worker and property. Risk is defined as the chance of probability that an individual will be harmed or experience adverse effect if exposed to hazards. This applies to property loss and damage. It could also apply to even human health. What is the culture? I won't go through everything here, but basically, I'll just try to give a summary of most of the things here for culture. A culture usually is a behavior. It's either the behavior, it's either the value, it's either the manner. My first training out here, I was told culture can't be measured physically. So anything that you identify that can't be physically measured. So your behavior can't be physically measured. It can only be observed and probably rated. So it could be your rituals, it could be the norms, it could be the behavior in the work in generally. So if we take that definition and take it to the workplace. So we're talking about what are the norms in the work environment? What are the things we do? What are the laws or moralities we abide by? What are the systems in the workplace that influence what we do, that influences our behavior at work? So that will tell us more about the organizational culture. And there's a lot of information there. If anybody wants to go through these slides afterwards, you can reach out to Mr. Olumide, and I think he'll be able to go through that with you. I'll send that to you. What is a good safety culture? Safety culture reflects the value of safety at all levels in the organization and therefore influences the everyday management of safety. And I say this because I've over the years observed what it looks like on day-to-day activities, on our day-to-day activities. You go into some organizations and from the get-go, from the moment you walk through that door or drive through that gate, you observe people's behavior, you observe the culture, you observe the way people are doing things. And it tells you it gives you an overview, basically. It might not tell you exactly how everything goes out there, but it gives you an overview of what the culture is in this environment. You see people walking in a particular direction, or you see people doing things in a particular manner. This gives you an idea of what it is. So a good safety culture, some of the things you identify from a good safety culture will tell you a lot of things. So safety culture can range dramatically. Some components positive, others less desirable. This section introduces some characteristics of a good and not so good safety culture. Some observable behaviors in a positive culture. I put some of this down, and these are some of the ones I even identified in organizations where I go to do audits, and I see some of these things and I've put them down. All employees identifying and resolving safety issues. So nobody is leaving safety for a particular person. Nobody leaves safety to be solved, or leave safety issues to be solved by the safety officer or by the manager. Everybody, it's identified, you see it, you own it. That's the culture. That's one of the observable behaviors in a positive environment. Even as a floor worker, and when I say floor worker, you are the lowest at the ladder, on the steps of the ladder, you're on the lowest chain. You see it, you own it. When you can't own it, you talk to somebody else about it. People looking for opportunities to help others and intervene when needed. This is under culture. Currently, I work for, I just moved from the oil and gas industry and moved to a public environment where I manage all the recreational facilities in Wood Buffalo. And this is one of the cultures I observed from my interview at the organization. People walk by, people identify hazards, and they just walk by it and send a text to the manager, or send a text, or give a call, take a picture and send it to the manager, and just walk away. That was the behavior. And where I came from, even the cleaners see something, oh, they fix it, and they either enter a hazard ID, which usually are like cards or a system we have here where you just type it in and say, okay, this is something I saw just for trending, and that's it. Reinforcement of safer, healthier behavior for everyone. You see somebody doing something wrong, you talk to them about it, you try to reinforce it, continuous discussion about it, safety meeting, toolbox, over lunch, just various conversations reinforcing a safer, healthier behavior for everyone. Employees accepting accountability for their own safety, as well as the safety of others. So basically, this is you now taking responsibility. All employees in that environment decide they take responsibility for whatever it is they have done or whatever safety they have put in place. Everybody comes out and say, oh, I saw this, I own it, I did it. Employees' openness to coaching and feedback. This is one of the biggest challenges as a safety professional over the few years I've worked. I've seen this as a major challenge. Most people are not open to coaching or feedbacks. The moment you give a feedback or the moment you say something, everybody becomes defensive. They don't want to talk about, oh, it wasn't me, or, oh, I didn't know about it. That's the card they play. So basically being open, if you get to an environment and you talk to them, I'll give you an example. We had an incident about 3 weeks ago. One of our patrons, so patrons are people that use our facility, was walking through a work area to access one of the equipments. And somebody was walking overhead, a contractor. The area wasn't flagged off, so he could walk through the area. And he walked through the area, and while he was walking, he decided to look up and see what the contractor was doing. We had some particles in his eyes, which he couldn't see at all. And for a few minutes, he used the eye wash station and all that. That was 3 weeks ago. 2 days ago, to be specific, on Monday, I went through the same area. Now not a contractor, now an employee, doing the same job without a safety glasses. And he was looking into what he was cutting. And I stopped him. I just stopped him and had this discussion with him. And I said, do you know why we need safety glasses in this work environment? He said, yeah, he does. I said, so do you think you will need one for this job? He said, not really, because he can see what he's doing. I said, okay. And I put him through some discussions, and I just had discussions explaining the need for the safety glasses. And I told him, I said, you are actually working alone in this environment. So you try to do it. And what he's cutting is, we call them gyprocs. They're dry walls. That's what they used to build houses in Canada. So you can punch through this wall you see behind me, you can punch through it if you are really upset. So if I'm using a blade to cut through that wall, and the dust particle starts sprinkling down on you from an overhead job, you are tied off. How do you get to untie yourself? How do you get down from the ladder? How do you get to the next eye wash station? How do you do this? So feedback. And he listened to me. Immediately he brought out, he had the safety glasses in his tool bag just by his side. He had the safety glass, so he brought it out and wore it. And I walked away. This happened at 9 a.m. in the morning. At 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I was taking a tour and he saw me and he came back to meet me and said, thank you. He's worked with the organization for 10 years and nobody ever talked to him about that. And I was like, wow. So coaching and feedback, that's one positive behavior you find in a positive culture. Desire to provide resources to improve health and safety. And this comes from management. This comes from anybody at any level. Management, supervision, employee level, worker level. Basically, you are ready to provide resources. Either it's the tools required, either it's the support, either it's the coaching, the mentoring. Everybody's ready to provide resources. Willingness to share, communicate, and learn. You know something in the organization, you know something, you're willing to share, you're willing to share, you're willing to the administrator, please mute Henry Avatwa.
Everybody in the meeting, please.
Please, can you help us mute? Can you help us mute everybody, please?
Yeah, I've removed the person. I've removed the person.
They told people that still become online. We all come here, you call
everybody except the speaker.
Just mute everybody.
He's not removing, he's not muting.
So people are encouraged to raise issues and suggestions too. So in a positive environment, a positive safety culture environment, people are encouraged to raise safety issues, raise suggestions. And this is one of the initiatives my previous organization, CEDA. So I'll be saying a lot of CEDA, I'll be saying a lot of RRC because I've tried to compare. And RRC is a government regulated body, organization. So I have this model here, and my plan was to actually share a particular model here with you about the safety culture with the government here in Alberta, a part of Alberta. However, when I tried to take permission about it, I was told not to. I'm not allowed to, so I wouldn't, Mr. Olumide, I promised to do that, but I won't be able to do that just for confidentiality. So I'll discuss this model. However, I'll bring up some other slides before the end of these slides, before I finish my presentation, to show you a few changes or a few cultural models that are being applied in organizations I've worked with, because I keep those trends. So if you look at the X and Y axis, injury rate, and it also talks about the dependency, which is rated 1 to 5. If you look at the it says how does safety culture fit in with reducing accident rates? Where do your values, beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors fit in? So if you look at this system, before we look at the graph, I'll look at some of the components in the graph towards the y-axis. Safety is the responsibility of management, and that's the environment where I currently work. That's the new environment where I work. Everybody believes, oh, it's up to the safety manager and his team or the safety advisor to fix. Little employee involvement. Employees are just waiting. All they are waiting for is, oh, okay, he would fix it, he would do it. So if you look at it, the injury rate or incident rate usually is always higher. You look at its first percentile, you see it's about 1/3 of that graph, and it shows you about 30% injury rate. No, not 30%, 70% injury rate. So it's always high. And I'll tell you some things. This environment where I work, I had 2 injuries in one day, 2 first aid injuries in one day. which was yesterday. So imagine that environment. So calculate that over 365 days. So for the first one, where you say processes / plant equipment, second one will be system procedures. I can prevent my own injuries. So if employees at all levels decide to say, okay, well, I can present it, I'll keep only myself safe. You see that we're reduced from the 70s or the 80s to about the 65, 50s, or even as low as 30s. So incident rates reduces down to about 33, 34%. Increased employee involvement. Employees start getting involved in these things. So it gives you that. I can prevent my colleagues from being injured. So now it's now becoming body system. Oh, I help myself, I help my colleague. It starts getting to that place. Intervention. And if you remember, one of the slides talked about intervention. You start intervening, you start talking about building or reinforcing a safety culture or reinforcing safety. 100% employee involvement. Injury rates and incident rates just drop down to almost zero. You can have zero in the environment where I am, but you can drop down to almost zero. So with this, if we all look at this and it relates to any part of the world, this model relates to any part of the world. When there's employee involvement, 100% employee involvement, you reduce incident rates down to the barest minimum. So we could keep these slides and also try to fit our organizations into those slides. Importance of a good safety culture. The single and most important thing a company can do to reduce accidents and financial costs associated with them, that's building a safety culture. That's one of the most important things and simple things that can be done. And doing this, you will reduce the incident rates, like we just talked about from that model, for any process. So whether it's the lowest process on the ladder or it's the highest process, which could be critical task, which could be confined space, could be exposure to even deadly, to chemicals that could be very hazardous and all that. If you can reduce incident rates at any process, reduce workers' compensation and medical insurance. I know a few organizations, when I worked for Industrial Training Fund, we pushed a few compensations, or after some training, some employees discussed a few things and we told them through some of the compensations that they could go through for the organization, which companies are able to evade in Nigeria. You dare not try it here in Canada. The moment I get injured and I cut this finger at work, take records. I keep my records for workers' compensation. You keep your records as my employer. If this finger gets infected over the next 1 month, trust me, whether I as an employee has diabetes or not, it doesn't matter. As long as that infection came from that paper cut, it becomes a payment. And if that lasts for over 30 to 60 days, it goes under disability. So companies pay ridiculously a lot of money just for workers' compensation and medical insurance. Reduce employee turnover. So if there's a good safety culture, you don't lose your employees because you train them. Coming into work, if I employ you as an individual, I train you over time. So coming into work, I train you and I expect that I don't lose you after training. Sorry about that. Better quality of products and services. If everybody is happy, if the organization is working well, our products and our services will come out better. Greater profitability. If the culture is good, we'll make more money. Increased employee morale. If the culture is good, I'm happy to go to work and I'm happy to be at work. Increased productivity. The output from everybody is higher. Some threats of such a less desirable safety culture. So environments where the culture is not very impressive, concerns about safety are constantly not addressed. So when these concerns are brought up, they're not addressed. No learning is achieved from safety incidents. So I've told you a few safety incidents. And one thing about safety professionals is we always keep records of the learnings and we keep pushing those learnings. Once there's a record, we keep pushing those learnings. Employees are reluctant to report incidents or injuries. So some people have incidents, have injuries, and they just cover it up. They cover those injuries up and go home, fix it by themselves. That way, we are not able to track this incident. That way, we are not able to prevent somebody else from getting injured or getting involved in that incident. No one is held accountable for safety responsibility. Everybody just does what they like. And the culture, like my boss said, he said, everybody thinks they know what safety is. So everybody feels they are responsible for, they know what it is. So nobody's held accountable. Oh, Mr. A did it this way, so I can decide to do it that way. I can do it my way. It's a safer way. Safety management responsibility and representation is kept out of key decision-making process. So if there's a key decision to be made or key decision-making process to be done or to be enacted on or worked on, some organizations consider safety to be the last component because it's expensive or because they don't want safety to delay some things and all that. Because like the previous speaker talked about, identifying the risk. If you don't identify those risks when you're getting into an operation or a process, over time, it comes back and bites you. So before you start any project, you go out there, identify all the safety risk and all that. So organizations with poor safety culture usually don't consider that. Yes, so this brings me back to the major things I'll be talking about. And if you have questions, please note them and I'll be able to do justice to the questions over time. Building a safety culture over the years, and even from other colleagues who have been in the safety industry for as many years as I'm old or as my age, these are the same things they've either written about or the same things they've mentored people like me to see, and we still see them here. Any safety culture or any safety program starts or is engineered as a result of an incident, a major incident or accident or a safety issue. Here in most part of the world, for you to get into a particular business line or a particular business structure, you definitely have to abide by some set standards, which usually is the baseline for building your safety culture or safety program. However, those baselines are okay for everybody until something goes wrong. So every safety program we've identified, if it's not the involvement of management in building this, then it's only built based on an incident. So I will take you through a few things and I will refer to some things as we go on. Understanding the current situation of the organization. So if you are going to build a safety culture in a people-centered organization, you have to currently understand where that organization is at. Are they at zero level? Are they at the barest minimum? Are they at a comfortable environment? You determine that. How do you determine that? You check the vision, strategy. So those will all just be some of the things that have been put in place by leadership or by management, just to understand what the culture is, what's the leadership culture or participation, what are the values and roles of environmental safety and environmental health and safety, what values do they give to safety, what values do they give to the workers' health or workers' well-being on the job, business situation and the future. So what's the business like? What's the future like? Currently, I live in Alberta and the oil and gas used to be very, very booming. It used to be on the rise on a daily basis. But now it's been steady and a little bit of decline. So what's the business like? What's the future? Will people try to put in more effort into safety depending on the business? Some businesses are booming. The likes of Amazon are widening their horizon daily. However, some businesses are struggling. Some businesses are closing out. So understand the business situation, the external and geographical factors, which also plays into the business situation. So it could the geographic factors, wherever the work environment is or the projects are. What are the factors? Government, regulations, the municipality or the state or the local government where they are. So those are factors that are also considered. The people living in the area, their culture and all that. What are those factors that affect the business? The internal design, structure and talent. So what are the designs we have for our facilities? What are the designs we have for the organization? What is the structure in place? Who reports to who tells who to do what? Who is responsible for what? So we try to identify all those things and have that information on ground because you will need it moving on. We'll go to the next step, which is defining safety. After identifying all this, and I use myself as an example. So I've moved from an environment where safety is 97% to an environment where safety is about 45%. So I've moved from that environment, and I'll tell you how I've started working. This is my 3rd month on the job, and I've spent 3 months working day and night trying to do that. And I'm currently at the point where I'm defining what safety is. For you to be able to define what safety is, you need to know what the organization stands for or what they understand safety to be. This will give you a clear goal on safety for the company and guide in the safety evolution. So safety keeps evolving. You take the baby steps, you take the bigger steps, then you can start taking the giant steps. The environment where I come from, we take the giant steps. You're either safe or you're out of the job. It's two things. There's no middle line. You break the rule the first time, you break one life-saving rule the first time, there's no opportunity for you to come back and say, oh, this is this, except you are an exceptional worker or you know somebody pretty good that will say, oh, don't kick him out. And the unfortunate thing about the system here is such that if they ban you from a particular site or if they suspend you from a particular site, let me try to give you an understanding of what the environment looks like here. So if you work for Lagos state government, or let's say you work for a state government, if Lagos state government suspends you, I don't know how it's done, but Oyo state government will know about the fact that Mr. S was suspended from Lagos state. So even if you migrate from Lagos state to Oyo state and say, oh, I have this experience, I have this knowledge, all they just need to do is do the security check and they'll say, oh, at this point, you can't come in for the job. So everybody has an idea. So now it's time for you to define what safety is. What is required? What are things you require, or what is required for us to have a good safety culture? Determine the acceptable safety behaviors and performance. You determine what is acceptable. If this behavior is exhibited, do we accept it? Do we not accept it? You define that. We're laying the ground rules. Evaluate the organization's risk. That we already, even for audits, you always evaluate the risk. So evaluate the risk as it pertains to the job, as it pertains to the business, as it pertains to the environment. Establish responsibilities. Oh, so who does this? Who does that? Who is responsible for inspections? Who is responsible for ensuring that this environment is clean? Who is responsible for reporting these incidents to the government, or who is responsible for reporting hazards? Establish responsibilities. And this also comes from the policies. And for most of us who do a lot of auditing, one of the first documents anybody who does audits will ask you for is policies. So you try to, all those things are usually defined in the policies or in the program. Determine the challenges and opportunity an organization faces. So we'll have to have all the opportunities and challenges as regards the organization. Determine the management systems and the roles that may need to be revised. So basically you go through the programs, either safety, quality, go through all those programs, but as regards this, we'll be going through the safety management system. Management commitment. In any organization, for safety to thrive, management commitment is the major thing. If management is not committed to safety, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. And I've seen that over the few years. When I worked for the government in Nigeria, there was a level of management commitment. I won't say too much because I can have some of them out here, but the commitment to safety was very, very poor. I moved out here. There were people, there were organizations you worked for. If it was not anything about the public interest, those organizations don't care about safety. They send you in without PPE, they send you in without. So I'll give you an example. So when I came out here, I had to struggle first, and I worked for this organization, and they sent me out to a mold infested environment. I went out there without no PPEs, no mask, no gloves, nothing. And I got there and I looked at it. I saw the environment, and all I was going there to do was to demolish asbestos, not asbestos, mold infested environment. And I looked at it and I called this guy. I said, do you know where I'm from? Those were my questions to him. And he said, no. I said, I'm from Nigeria. I said, do you know one thing peculiar about Nigerians? He said, what? I said, we go to school. I said, you send me here because you're going to pay me. And it was a juicy offer. Give me a good rate. And you send me here to come demolish mold without any PPE. I said, I won't do this job. And it was an evening job. They decided to do it in the evening, night time, so that nobody's coming there to monitor the job. So I drove off the work environment, and by the time I got back to my house, they called me back and they had gotten the PPEs. So they knew what it was. So most organizations, some of them, if management is not committed to this, they don't do anything. Lead by example. So this is where management come in. So they say they will do it and they show it. They do it as they say. Support safety initiatives and participate. So if there's a safety initiative, they support it, they participate. If there's a hazard identification process, they support it. On my current job, I was able to deploy the hazard assessment application to the organization. The first hazard ID or first hazard identification that was done by the CEO. This was to support the process. He sent it out and he sent an email to everybody. I think this process is a good idea. Thanks for bringing this up, Olu. And that's support from management. Finance, safety. When everything that has to do with safety, you support it. You provide a budget for safety, provide the PPEs, provide the equipment, provide all that is required. Reward and recognize safety performance. So where you see people doing things right, you reward them. That's where management commitment comes in. Management sends out rewards. Everybody starts thinking of safety. Everybody starts thinking of safety when you do that. And that step will be training and communication. Training and communication, you identify what the training needs are, and this comes into every work environment. People are not being safe in whatever they do. You identify what the needs will be. Will there be any need for any training? So if you identify the training needs, set target trainings around losses, risk, and the training needs you've identified. Make communications essential at all levels. So if you're rolling out a policy, you're rolling out a new program, you're communicating to all levels of employees, every level. That way, everybody feels like they're they are important to the organization. Everybody understands what the communication is. They understand what it is. It could be at safety meetings, it could be at toolbox meetings in the morning just before you start. It could be via email where everybody, and some organizations now have blogs where people go in to read the blogs. So you roll out the communications to every level. Be consistent. Okay, take suggestions for safety topics. So basically, people bring up suggestions about safety. You listen to them. You take some of these suggestions. Be consistent with your message. And that's one thing we have out here. Everywhere you go, and even before I left, even in Nigeria, I know it's something that's there in some organizations. Everybody's talking about safety. Safety first. You see it at the gate, safety first. You see it even on people's hard hats, safety first. Thinking safety, different. The communication has to be consistent. Communication has to be consistent around the board. Make safety a regular and expected way to work. So this is another thing. After the training, you make safety the way of life. You make it the way of life. Whenever you're doing anything, you think about safety. Posters everywhere. There are emblems, there are code for safety. You discuss that everywhere. That helps. Provide coaching and mentoring. So you provide coaching and mentoring to every level. You also document safety trainings. Why we do this? Training is a regulatory requirement out here. So every time you do the training, you record it. And that also comes in place when you are dealing with the worker. When you've trained them and they feel something goes wrong and they say, oh, I didn't know about it. Those records come in play and it shows you that you've done due diligence to keep those workers safe. Employee engagement. This is another very, very important part. If management is committed, employees also have to be engaged. When they are engaged, the system comes alive. When they are engaged, the system is robust. So you invite employees from all levels or all areas to the table. Bring every level of employee to the table to discuss safety. And let's look at it from this angle. As a manager or as an employer, you can say you understand what's going on in the safety in the environment, but these employees are the ones at the floor. They're the ones that see what the hazards are. They're the ones that understand what the job is. They understand everything better. So it's better to bring them up. Some places, the CEO will never be able to go into. The cleaners go in there. So if you bring in a cleaner, the cleaner must have identified some of these hazards over time. Ask for employee opinions on how to do things. Roll out programs, different programs on how to engage your employees. Ask them how to do things safer because they are the ones that do the job. Emphasize the need to report all incidents irrespective of severity. Incident reporting with trend incidents, just so that we can avoid these incidents in the future. We can stop these incidents from happening all over again. Employee participation in inspections and investigation. When there's an inspection, not just management conduct the inspections, carry the employees along, engage them in the inspections. They see these things better than management sees. When there's an investigation, it's advised to carry employees along because they know what exactly can go wrong in the environment. You as a manager, you're on the floor less times than the employees are on the floor. So employee engagement is also key. Listen to employees' concern, comments, and ideas. So it's always good to have a listening ear. And this is one of the good things that as an employer or building a safety culture in any environment. And like we've been talking about 4.0, we are moving into the industrial area. Here we already have haul trucks. Haul trucks are as big as a 4-story building. Imagine a 4-story building, equipment driving on its own. We have gotten to that robotics era. We have gotten to that era where equipments drive on their own. So imagine a 4-story building driving into a 4-story building. You know how bad that is. So listening to our employees and concerns about these incidents or these ideas. It helps us understand better the job. It helps us to build a better safety culture. Reward employee initiative and participation. So when these employees bring up this concern, they show their engagement, reward it. When we reward it, it gives them the drive to initiate more. It gives us the drive to want to put in more effort. So employee engagement is also key. Lastly, analyze and review. When you've put all these steps in place, it's better to now start seeing what you have done. It's like planting a seed. When you plant the seed, you start watering the farmland or the garden or that seed. You keep watering it to see and track the growth, track what level the seed has gotten to, what level the plant has gotten to at every point. So you track the HSC initiative, track the system, develop a KPI, develop for safety, develop a KPI, develop a tracking system to analyze trends, analyze what's going on, what's happened over the period of time that you've put this information or this system in place. Review the progress against set goals. So while we're defining safety, we had already set the goals. We had defined what it will be, and we had set the goals. We will also review accountability. This person is accountable for this. Is this person the right person is this person the right person for this responsibility? Is this person accountable? Are they doing what they need to do? Review employee engagement. So after everything we have put together over time, we review them to see that they fit into the environment. If they don't, this is where we now start all over. We try to fix those missing pieces from the puzzle and try to put them in place and review them and roll them out again. I hope these few slides have explained some of these things to you. Before I do a summary of what I've said so far, I have this slide. It takes a minute to write a safety rule. It takes an hour to hold a safety meeting. It takes a week to plan a good safety program. It takes a month to put this program into operation. It takes a year to win a safety award. It takes a lifetime to make a safe worker, but it only takes a second to destroy it all with an incident. So basically, this is building a safety culture. No matter how much of a safety culture you build, if we are not monitoring the system, if we're not reviewing the system, we're not analyzing the system, there's not much we can do. So if I'll go back to everything I've said today, I will take you through all 6 of them. Understand the situation, understand where we are, understand where we are going to, understand what is in place. You understand the organization, and that's where we do gap analysis and all that. Understand what it is. You define safety. Make sure you know what you want safety to be. You as the safety professional, or you as the leader in the organization, you define what safety is. This is what safety should be. This is what I expect. We are going at goal 0, no injuries for the next 6 months. And that is the definition, no injuries. So everybody works towards that definition of safety. Everybody understands what definition is. We also engage management. Management has to be committed. The right policies, right procedures, lead by example, go in, put in money into safety, buy the equipment required, make the environment a safer environment, and that helps. Training and communication. Training and communication can never be rolled out in any health and safety management system. If you're having a safety program, you have to train people. You have to ensure that they understand what they are doing. They understand the risks. They understand the hazards. They understand what the controls are. They understand what is supposed to be put in place to ensure that they go home safe at night. Communication, we keep communicating, we keep passing the same message, reinforce the same message, make sure that the same message is what we are passing to every level in the organization. Employee engagement, we make sure that all employees are engaged at every point in time. all employees are involved in safety. They don't necessarily have to come out to talk. They don't necessarily have to be the ones to say this should be done this way, but everybody's doing what we say they should do. Everybody's engaging in what we tell them to do and analyzing and review. After we've done this, we go back to review, check, has this method worked for us? What do we need to put in place? What are the gaps we've identified? What are the puzzles we need to put in? The pieces we need to add to the puzzle to make it fit? What are the things we need to set up to ensure that the organization achieves a safety culture? I hope these few slides, no matter how much time you give us, we can't give you all the information. So
Yes, thank you so much.
For my
Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. So I'll just give it up to Mr. Peter to just take us through some brief questions before we go to the next session. Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo.
All right, thank you very much. Just did a very good job. One of the things that I've always told people is that you don't Google experience. You can Google every other thing, but you don't Google experience. And this is what you have brought to the table here. And your concluding slide, just give us a clear picture, of the trajectory that you require to put a culture in place. And for me, what came true for me is people taking responsibility. And you captured it in such a way that you said, see it and own it. See it and own it. All right. Talk to somebody else if you can own it. And then I added it on my own. I put something here. I say, please don't pray it away. It is not my portion. In Nigeria, we like a lot of prayers, so sometimes we pray a lot of things away. I tell you, I prepared a lot of questions for you, but I can tell you as it is now, practically all the questions that I put together, you've addressed with your slides, and I can tell you did a very, very beautiful job here. And so for me, I would want other persons who are currently on this call to give us your slide. I don't see are you seeing any?
Yes, so sir, you can check the Q&A box. You see 3 questions.
Oh, yeah. So let me see.
Yes, just 3 questions and we're done.
All right, let me see whether I have some questions.
In the Q&A section.
I can see my chat.
No, not the chat room, the Q&A section, the Q&A box. Okay. There are 4 questions there currently.
Let me check. Okay.
The Q&A box, you should see the highlighted numbers there.
The Q&A session is not, I can't see the Q&A questions from, okay, I can see it now.
All right, so yes, so you just take through those questions and we're done.
All right, let me just take those 2 questions. My question is basically on regulatory bodies in Nigeria, DPR, SON, Federal Fire Service. How can we get these bodies to do the right safety enforcement instead of always collecting envelope and looking the other way? Regulatory bodies are big safety hazard here in Nigeria. I mean, Taiwo, you've been around here, you worked here before, and in fact, you were a regulator at the time here. So I'm sure you'll be able to help us, give us a leeway out here in this question.
So ever since I left Nigeria, this is something that has really been something I will really like to challenge, and I would really like that we are able to pass this message across. One of the ways we can achieve this is by continuously pushing the message out, continuously passing that message out. Some people, and even it doesn't matter whether it's Nigeria, Canada, US, in some regulatory bodies, they don't care about you as the worker. All they care about is how they're able to fix themselves. So now one of the things will also involve us being engaged. This is where employee engagement or individual contributors come in place. If you are trying to do it, if you continuously pass that message and you start with yourself, try to be safe, and you are engaging other employees, passing the same message to other employees. It works at employee level. However, sending out initiatives to your leaders, to the government, is another way to go about it. Until the government and the safety, I'm a member of the Nigerian Institute of Safety Professionals. I'm a full member with the Nigeria. Until these bodies put the big foot down and say, this is the standard we are going to abide by, and anybody who violates it faces this consequence, that's when we'll be able to get there. I'll tell you one story. My last training in Nigeria that I did, I trained some people from one of the manufacturing companies in Lagos State. This guy lost fingers. There was no compensation. No compensation. They paid for his hospital bills, and that was the end. If I lose my nail in Canada, I have hammered. If I lose my nail in Canada, I can decide to go on disability, because if I tell my doctor that, so with this nail here, I cannot write again. No? I cannot screw my kids' toys. I cannot do this. I cannot lift the hand again. I'm going on disability until our system gets to that point. And the only way we can do that is continue passing the same message. Give us a safe environment, give us a safe environment. And that is what the regulatory bodies are doing here. It is regulation. The government wrote it in black and white. The government wrote it in black and white. Ensure a safe work environment for all employees at all levels. So until we'll start passing this message to the government, people who have been hurt from injuries, who have died from injuries, 250,000 is compensation from a company from somebody who died at work. God forbid I die at work today. My family they will pay off the house we owe. They will pay off every car we owe. They'll be able to pay for private schools till my kids graduate. That is what compensation is. Until we're able to pass that message to the government, and that's where we all come in as individuals. We push it. We keep pushing it. We keep pushing it. We want a safe environment. That's when we get there. Other contributors who are the giants, the Dangotes, the Lafarge, the Shells, the Chevrons, if they also push these things, if they help us push these things, and the Institute of Safety, ISPON, if they also push it, we'll get to that point. So that's it.
All right. Okay, that's very well taken, and we understand that a lot needs to be done in Nigeria. I can tell you, a lot needs to be done in Nigeria, and there is also a need for us to just set an example. Use a company to set an example, and I think other people, just take their cue and begin to do the right things. So the next question is from Kingsley, and he says, in Nigeria, the oil and gas industry has been in the forefront in safety. Is the awareness going to change because we are moving towards renewable energy? This is a question, because in Nigeria, I'm sure you were in the oil and gas. You're a geologist by training, and so you know how much of the safety culture that we have within the oil and gas in Nigeria, particularly. I know of other areas as well. Other climes is the same thing, but in Nigeria, this is where I know that the safety culture is really, really deeply entrenched. So, what is your take on the new movement into renewable energy?
So, the safety culture in the oil and gas is key, and I've enjoyed it. I was trained by Shell. I've enjoyed all these things. Moving into renewable energy, the same energy the oil and gas has put in place. And don't forget, it took years for the oil and gas to get to this point. It took the safety culture that was imported from the Western world to Nigeria. It took that. So as we import these new ideas, as we import it as individual contributors, we should also understand that we have to import the safety. We have to go along with it, develop policies, develop procedures to keep everybody safe at work, provide all the necessary resources to keep safety at work. If you are in that environment where it is not provided, if you don't speak, everybody will walk over you. If you don't speak, everybody, the organization will treat you like you don't matter. Speak about it, talk to them about it, give initiatives, continuously push it. It will not change the oil and gas. The oil and gas has come to stay. The oil and gas has built this culture over the years. And I, even here in Canada, I worked on a Shell site for a year. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry. Okay, I'm coming. So the oil and gas environment will not change. However, we have to keep pushing this initiative. It's very tough. It's going to be very tough for us to get to that level, but we have to get to that level by passing the message. The message is key: safety first. Ensure a safe work environment for everybody. If we keep pushing that message, it will take us far. I hope that answers the question.
So I buy so much into that consistency of message and communication, because in my own environment, we have this safety slogan that says safety first, safety always. If it's not safe, don't do it. And each time that is said, and it has become something that we're very used to. Incidentally, or if you know, in Nigeria, for instance, that for a lot of banks, there is not too much safety concern, that is safety issues around. So people don't really pay so much attention to safety. But with this kind of consistent message that we're passing, I can see that culture begin to come alive. So the consistency of message is key, and I really can see that, in the course of our work, trying to ensure that we bring in a safety culture that cuts across all strata or business units. So I think we're just going to take three.
Yeah, we have just one. Sir, I would need to take just one more question, because
that's what I'm saying. We just need to take only one more again.
One more question. Yeah. So Mr. Taiwo can please go to the Q&A section to type in the answer to the other questions that are being asked. So after this one more questions, we'll be done with the session. Sorry for that.
All right. Okay. So I would just take in sequence, because I wanted to take the next one, but there's this is also very important. Emeka DK said, like you said, management involvement and commitment is key to a sustainable safety culture. My question is, who should draft the safety objective for a company? The safety manager or the CEO?
So as a safety professional who is hired into any organization, the organization expects that you put a direction to safety. You lay emphasis on safety. So you draft it. You as the safety professional, you draft that direction. You are the one that puts that in place. But even if you draft it, there's not much your draft can do, except the CEO signs it. So you draft it and the CEO signs it. So there's no policy you see that, it was signed by safety manager. Check all organizations. No policy is rolled out by the safety manager. The policy is rolled by the CEO. But the policy that was signed by the CEO was drafted by the safety professional in the organization. Moderator and administrator, I saw one question I would just like to address just before I go. And somebody asked about safety certifications or safety trainings to be done in Nigeria. I started my safety trainings in Nigeria. I put in, when all my friends were buying cars, when we got into the government organized, buying flashy cars, buying land and all that, I put my own money into training. Go to Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, ISPON. ISPON. It's been changed to something. I would look for it before the end of this session, or even tomorrow. I'll come in here and put that information there. Go there. There are trainings sponsored by Shell. Shell sponsors the first training, and those trainings are in-depth. They are good trainings. I use those trainings till date. Go check that. We also have online trainings in the US, in Canada, that you can do that cheap. They're not expensive. Please go on there. Go to Osha Institute. Just type Osha, OSHA. Type it online, and you'll see oil and gas trainings. You'll see mining trainings. You will see construction trainings. You'll see different trainings for your field. Go in there, learn. One thing about safety, and that's what I enjoy till today. If you don't learn it, if you don't read it, if you don't try to understand it, you won't go anywhere. Some people have those certificates here. Some people have the highest certificates here that I don't have, and they still cannot put in a management system. Thanks to Mr. Olumide and Tokwe Shoremeku, those are some people who have ensured that I've been well trained and have encouraged me so far. Building a management system, I got in, even my current environment where I work, I got in there, the guy told me he was hiring me before the interview because of the management system. If you don't understand these things, it will not work for you. So you have to go get trained, go through that stage of learning. Go through that. I'm still learning, but the learnings I've done, the time I've sat down to learn these things has helped. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. That was a very awesome session. I like the way you ended it, emphasizing on the need for training. And just to add to all the trainings you mentioned, to do the management system standard training for safety, you can come for the ISO 45001 training, which is the globally recognized standard for occupational health and safety. So yes, and that's one of the trainings he has done. So thank you once again, Mr. Peter Okulu. I know you had to take out time from work, to come online to do this. I really appreciate that. Mr. Taiwo, also, thank you so much. I think you can attend to your daughter now. But please, you can still answer some of the questions we have, on the Q&A section. So, moving on, just what I clap for you once again. Moving on to our very last session. This is a very, very interesting session, and it's going to be anchored by two powerful men. I call them powerful men because they're indeed powerful. I just want to appreciate Mr. Engineer Ololade Ayoola. He has been here since morning. He has logged on, and he has been here consistent to this particular point, and it's the one that's going to take us on this session titled Building Resilience through the Implementation of ISO Management System Standards. Engineer Ayoola has worked in the Standards Organization of Nigeria for 20 years with over 15 years work experience in auditing, training, training quality, environment, and occupational health and safety management system standards. He's currently the Assistant Director, Product Certification, and also Group Head in the Standards Directorate. He has several, professional qualifications as a lead auditor and lead trainer in several management system standards from 9,000 to 50,001 to 45,001 and so many others. And he's here today with us to take us through this very awesome session. And he's going to be moderated by another wonderful and exciting man called Mr. Edima Ben Epo. He was one of our speakers last year, and it was exceptional. So today he's going to be moderating with Engineer Ayoola, and Mr. Epo is an operational risk and management expert with over 30 years experience in risk management, auditing, consulting, and banking. He currently drives the risk management, that's GRC, and sustainability arm in a company called Pazik Limited. Please, with a good clap, I don't want to say offering, but with a good clap, please let's welcome them in the chat room. Before that, I just want to say something that for those of you that have been here till this time, well done. I'll be sending out a question before the end of this last session. That question will lead us to be picking maybe two of our winners or one of our winners for our training coupon for today. So please stay to the very end so you can get that question. And I think that the answer, the winner for that question will be announced by tomorrow. So for now, thank you very much. And welcome, Mr. Engineer Ayoola. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Temitope. Please, let's just drop all that long story. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for so many of us that have kept on the call since morning. It's been a very busy and I'll also say fruitful day. I've also learned from the various presentations we've had today. So
I will try as much as possible to weave this presentation around what, let me say, the good foundation they have laid, and try to see how we can catch up with time. I know we've lost some time. So this session should have started by 3:30 so that by 4:30 thereabout we'll be rounding up. Okay, so we'll do that very, very quickly. So I'll share my screen and or maybe where do I ask that you do the first poll? The first poll. Would you want to do that so that we can
Yes,
get started?
I'm launching that now, so they'll be able to see that now. The poll is on the screen. Yes. So I believe you can all see the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the poll is currently ongoing. We'll have to launch all three. Yeah, all three of them are currently ongoing. So I think as we're talking, yes, so as we're talking, we'll give out, you'll see the analysis, But I believe now you can see some of the respondents as of now.
I can't see yet.
Okay. All right, let me just read out for the first question. We have like 58%. The question that has to do with how would you rate your knowledge of ISO management system standard? We have 54% say 7 to 10, 36 say 46, and 10% say it's 0 to 3. That's for the first question. Yes, I think with that we can start off. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's very, very good. I just wanted to do that first poll so that I will have an idea of the participants that we have on this call. So it shows that majority of us have very good idea and knowledge of ISO management system standards. So let's just get started. However, I will also still drill down so that those who don't have that much knowledge will also have something to go with. So very quickly, this is what we'll be looking at. I'll do a very quick introduction, then look at standards, ISO management system standards. We'll look at some principles that underpin standards development, and then we now go to the crux of the discussion, which is organizational resilience, how we can build organizational resilience through the implementation of these ISO management system standards, the principles of organizational resilience, attributes of an organization that is resilient, and then last but not the least, the benefits of resilience. Okay, so very quickly, we have here ISO, that's the International Organization for Standardization, which is a consortium of national standards bodies. And these standards bodies have experts, galvanize their experts to develop international standards. As we speak today, ISO has 165 member bodies. Nigeria is fortunate to be one of them. And ISO has developed 23,483 international standards covering most aspects of technology and management. I'm giving you data that is available on the ISO website as at today. Then the standards I said are developed by consortium of experts across the world rather. And today we have up to 792 technical committees comprising these experts. So it was established in 1947. It's a non-governmental organization. One unique attribute of ISO is that all members have equal votes. There are three categories of members. That's the category Nigeria belongs to. And then we have correspondent or observing members. We equally have subscriber members. So as a full member or participating member, you have the privilege of participating, bringing your experts, register them for technical committees, technical discussions and deliberations. You can also participate at different trainings, from conferences, then vote when the standards are adopting and domesticating such standards in your country. So that's the category that Nigeria belongs to. So ISO has its headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. So international standards are developed by experts pulled from across various countries and then nominated or registered by standards, national standards bodies for the purposes of developing these international standards. ISO standards are voluntary, they are not mandatory, and they are market-driven or developed based on need. These standards are also published after there is a consensus. Once standards are published and then it goes through different stages, there are 6 stages actually in standards development. I don't want to take you through all that. Back country has that actually began with ISO. No country has more rights than the other. So the voting, look at the consensus, majority actually carries the vote. And then the standards are acceptable worldwide. So I mentioned earlier on that the Standards Organization of Nigeria, being the national standards body here, represents our country in ISO. So SON was established in 1971 and currently operating under an Act of Parliament number 14 of 2015. The corporate headquarters in Abuja, and then all state offices and other offices across the country. Full member or participating member of ISO. So the standards that are published in Nigeria by SON are known as national standards and are called Nigerian Industrial Standards. Okay, so we've been talking about standards. So what is a standard? By definition of ISO, a standard is a document that is established by consensus and approved by a recognized body. That's a standards body. And that document provides for common and repeated use and also provides rules, guidelines, or characteristics for activities, or even their results. The aim or purpose of this is to achieve optimum degree of order in a given context, whether for products or for services or for systems. So we can have standards for products, for services, and then for systems. Standards are established for different purposes and also exist in different categories. We have product standards. We have standards that are more like glossary of terms or vocabularies or terms and definitions. We have code of practices, and we now have management system standards, which is what we'll be discussing today. So standards are based on consolidated results of science, technology, and experience, and are aimed at promotion of optimum community benefits. And that's one reason that the experts that form the technical committees have requisite background education, knowledge, and experience so that they can bring this to bear in the development of the relevant standards or the standards in question. Okay, so once again, in short or in a summary, standard is a document. It's established by interested parties, or you can say stakeholders. It reflects consensus. That means it's generally acceptable to the interested parties or stakeholders and must be approved by a recognized body. It can be at international level when you have international standards, at regional level where you have regional standards, and then at national level you have national standards, and it is meant for common and repeated use. We can simply say it's an agreed way of performing an activity or doing something. Okay, so let's move on. These are some benefits of standards to the society. You want to reduce technical barriers to trade. Standards actually facilitate trades. You want to also give customer the confidence or trust in products and services. You want to increase quality and safety of products, of services in the society. Then dissemination of best practices. If you have code of practices and such standards, it will tell you best practice in a particular industry or particular sector. And standards also drives economic growth. Now, to businesses, you want your business to penetrate the market. You want to break into a particular sector or market cycle. You need to implement the required standards. Ability of your products and services. You want to also implement the required standards. You are into one form of business or the other, and you want to increase your sales. You want to increase your market share. You want to increase relevance. You need to implement the required standards that will facilitate that. Knowledge and sharing best practices. Standards actually contain technical information, intellectual property, best practices. So all this will also enhance business. Increase productivity. There are standards also for improvement in productivity, improvement in performance, and the likes. Okay, standards provide framework for innovation and reduce development costs. Okay, if you're able to implement the required or the applicable standards, you can have good framework in place for innovation, for opportunities, for reduce waste, reduce costs, as the case may be. And last but not least, under that section, we have improvement in quality and then your cost-effective balance. Now, to participants, to those who play active role in standards development, you can bring your influence to bear in the process of standards development. The reason why international standards or standards generally at whatever level are sent out for comments and then for inputs is because it is supposed to be generally acceptable. And if there are requirements, if there are some sections of it you do not agree with, or you feel should, or some other issues or points that you feel should be incorporated into the standards, you can say so. Then it also helps to upfront knowledge on upcoming standards. There are some organizations or some countries, so to say, that are advanced and are forward-looking, and they can propose some standards project which will be beneficial to other countries. So at ISO technical levels, there are a lot of discussions. There's exchange of ideas, exchange of knowledge. Standards also helps in deeper understanding. If you are part of the development, there are so many other requirements which, if not applicable in your own country, you will get to understand. You can network with other professional colleagues and peers, and you have deeper or clearer understanding of requirements of such standards. So I've mentioned about networking effect also of participants and professionals and experts that come together on ISO technical committees. Can we have, can we have the, okay, the next poll? Can you give me the result of the next poll now? Temitope, please. Is she offline? Okay, maybe let's move on.
I'm not
okay,
offline.
Okay, so
I'm not offline. I'm
what's
here.
the result of the second poll like? Because it's
okay, so let me read it out. Yes, it's still on.
Implementation of
yes. So for the second question, we have, has the organization implemented any ISO standard? And we have 70% says yes, and 30% says no.
Okay, thank you very much. So majority.
Yes, sorry, just to confirm, I believe everybody can see the presenter screen. I just wanted to confirm that because someone says they can't see the screen. If you can, just send it to the chat box so you can continue. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So the next discussion now is around management system standards, which is what this presentation actually supposed to discuss. Okay, we want in an ever-changing world or environment that we find ourselves, our organizations that meant these standards. I'm spoken to issues of standard. We've heard about quality tools.
Can you meet some people, please?
Okay, we've heard about quality tools, and these tools will help in the implementation of ISO management system standards. Then we've also heard about auditing, okay, the various auditing principles, practices, and the rest of that. Now, you cannot audit what you have not implemented. So ISO management system standards is also very, very important and relevant in this area. Then the last presentation talks about safety. There are standards for implementing safety management system. Notice here that standards worldwide are reviewed at average of about 5 years, because just as I mentioned earlier on, we live in a world that is constantly changing. Now, you will agree with me that the way business was conducted in the last millennium is different from how it's conducted now. Also, the way business was conducted in the last decade, between 2000 and 2010, is different from how business has been conducted between 2011 and 2020. And now in 2020, we are in another decade. So our business environment, our world is constantly changing. And that is what this summit is talking about, that we are in an uncertain and then an industry 4.0 era. We have improvement in technological development and the rest of that. So standards, therefore, are constantly reviewed. I would like to also drop these hints. The ISO 9001 Quality Management System Standard, which is one of the ISO management system standards, and actually the most successful. By ISO records, we've had over about 1,300,000 certifications on ISO 9001. But for that standard to have been that successful, I must also let you know that it's undergone reviews over and over and over again. And we are currently on the 5th edition, which is the 9001 2015. And currently ISO is conducting a survey and ready to also review ISO 9001. So standards are constantly reviewed so that it can still be relevant to the business or organizations, to our environment, and also in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. ISO is developing so many standards to ensure that these Sustainable Development Goals can be achievable, and then our world can be better for it. So a management system is the way an organization has chosen to manage its interrelated processes or sections or aspects or parts of its own business in order to achieve its objectives. So as the 5 fingers of our hands are not equal, so every organization is not equal. So the way an organization chooses to document or manage its a system or the various federating sections, units, sectors, or whatever in that organization, basically to achieve its objective, that is what you call management system. So what ISO management system standards actually do is to provide requirements, framework, or model to help organizations improve their performance by specifying repeatable steps organizations to consciously implement. Please note some of these words. Any organization that is implementing ISO management system must consciously implement the requirements of those standards so that such an organization can achieve its goals or objectives, and then can also create an organizational culture reflexively, help it continually improve by self-evaluation, internal audit, for example, conducting internal audit, for example, okay, then carrying out correction and corrective action, which we have heard about today, as well as through improved employee awareness and top management. Let me just add that top management, leadership, and commitment. The last presenter mentioned that management commitment is very, very key to establishing safety culture in or safety management system, and also a safety culture in an organization. For ISO management system standards, the responsibility for the effectiveness of the implementation of these requirements of these standards, as well as the organization's performance and the rest of that, is anchored on top management. In previous, the ISO standards, let's take for example the 9001, up to the 2008 version, management can appoint a management representative, and that person carries the whole shoulder of making sure the system is effective. and is held responsible. But forthwith from 2015, when we have a new model developed for management systems, the responsibility and accountability for effectiveness of implementation of a system is anchored on the leadership, and that's the top management. So actually, for management system standards to be effectively implemented in any organization, the decision must be strategic from the top management. We want to say whether the MD or chairman or the complete top management team. It must be a strategic decision of that organization's top management. Oh yes, we have found this ISO management system standard relevant to our business, and if we implement the requirements, oh, it's going to help our organization perform and do better. Then for management system standards, this particular continual improvement cycle that was proposed by Deming cuts across all management systems, because the intention and the spirit behind these standards is for improvement in service delivery or whatever the focus of that particular standard, as well as continuity of the business. So you have the Plan, Do, Check Act, which many of us that are familiar with standard ISO management system standards can talk about. So you have the planning, which has to do with establishment of objectives of the system, and then for the processes. In the last session, there was a question on safety objectives. That's one of top management responsibility, and I'm so happy the way our presenter answered that question. The objectives might have been drafted or crafted by safety manager or quality manager or whoever, but by virtue of the requirements of the standard, it is the top management responsibility. So we must plan by establishing objectives for our systems and processes, and then make sure that resources are provided to deliver the results in accordance with maybe customer requirements, or if the focus of our management system standard is environmental management or operational health and safety. So you want to ensure that you are able to deliver such objectives in line with the overall organizational objective. Then, in line with also organizational policies, and it is also very important to identify and to address risks and opportunities. So all these activities come under the planning. Then come to the next stage, which is do. You implement or perform what has been planned. Then come to the third phase, which is check, monitor, and where applicable, measure the processes and the resulting output in the form of products and services against set policies, objectives, and requirements with, what will I call it now? Planned activities, and you report such results. So what we do during our performance monitoring or internal audits and the likes is to monitor the performance of the organization in relation to the policies or the requirements that we have established for ourselves. And after checking, whatever areas of improvement that have been identified, you take necessary action on such areas so that the organization can improve and then better move forward and also be able to achieve its desired objective. So now from 2015, I also came up with a particular, let me say, a guide, which is known as ISO Annex SL, And this document prescribes what we call the high-level structure for management system standards to have common structure and then terminology. And the purpose of this is to enhance consistency in the different management system standards. Formally, prior to 2015, the 9001 has a different let's say requirement, then the system has also a different framework. And then for organizations that decide to implement these standards, you will have to do water management and then also set up the systems separately. So, but experts sat down and looked at that can't we just harmonize and have a unified structure and allow all management system standards follow that structure? If there are specifics to some standards, then in a particular clause will address the specific requirements. So from 2015, we have the ISO 9001 reviewed, and then the 14001. Those were the two first management ISO management system standards that adopted the Annex SL. And afterwards, many other management system standards. Now, this also has that have more. You can have one single documentation addressing the requirements of the different standards. You will also be having a single audit. Then we started hearing about integrated management system, and then also integrated management system audits. So instead of having separate audits for the different management systems, you can have the same set of auditors that are competent, looking at the different requirements and ensuring that these requirements are actually be effectively implemented in the organization. The Annex SL also helps in simplifying the language and the writing style for the management system standards. And this also has enhanced more understanding for users. So this is how the structure of ISO management system standards have clauses. The first three clauses just being like a peripheral to the, so after the quality and then environmental management systems, other standards also have been reviewed. We have the food safety
sorry,
management
sir.
system
Sorry, sir. Can I
standards. We
come
have
here?
Yes.
Sorry, sir. You were offline. We
Yes,
couldn't
please,
hear
sir.
you for about 30 seconds. Can we just roll back for about 30 seconds?
30 seconds. Okay. Was it on this slide?
Yes, on this slide. Just start this slide afresh.
Was it on this slide?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Sir,
This particular slide.
Mr. Ayoola,
Yeah.
can you pause a bit? If your network is bad, can you pause a bit and switch to another network?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So please let's
How is
just
it
give
now?
Okay, well, it's better now, but you know, as you
Okay,
keep
just
talking, I don't know if it will freeze again, you know. So I just
when,
want to be sure.
okay. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
just want to
just
be
a
sure you
minute.
have a
Let me
better
change the network.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a moment. Okay, let me stop screen share now. Okay. Yes. Then I'll change that network. Am I seeing it?
his network, change to another network to ensure that we have a smooth one to the end. I think he's done with this presentation. Just please send in your questions so that the moderator, Mr. Edima Echo, so if you still have some more, you can please send it in most immediately. And once again, like I said, there'll be a question that will be shared immediately after the session, for the training coupon slide, the training coupon that will be given out. Thank you so much, Uyilawani. I just saw your chat. Can't close to say thank you to Tenor Alpha. Thank you very much, Uyi. And thank you too for staying to this point. Is Mr. Ayoola back?
Just connected. Looking back.
All right, so I guess he'll be back soon, then we can kick it off once again. Once again, thank you so much for staying up to this point.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very well now. Okay, thank you. I will quickly step back a little now so that.
Just for that last slide. Yeah, this slide.
Okay, this current slide.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that prompt. Now, I actually said that from 2015, all ISO management system standards are aligned to this structure. You have the 10 clause structure. Then the requirements, that means what organizations are required to implement, starts from clause 4 through clause 10. So now the benefits of this is that common terminology applicable to the number of management systems you may want to implement. The structure makes it easier, helps you to integrate your documentation, makes auditing also easier. And it's a win situation, both for the organization and also the auditors. Okay, so now the presentation seeks to bring out how our organizations can build resilience. Now, I need to say this here that from surveys that ISO conducted over the years, you can see some considerable changes in the management system standard. I'll take the 9001 as an example. The first edition was in 1987, where you had to develop so many procedures and documentations like that, and like that. Then later on, it was discovered that, look, organizations now have voluminous documentation, but the implementation is not as effective as expected. So changes in order to also meet the requirements of the business environment, it was revised, and then we had the 1994 version that reduced the volume of documented info or documentation, documents and records. Then you have to do manual and then do some procedure. Then from there, the structure was also changed again, and then we had the 2000 edition that now narrowed the documentation again to quality manual and then just about 6 mandatory procedures. Then we moved on to 2008 version where correction, corrective action, and then preventive action were also introduced, and some other few things introduced into the standard. More at time to lesser documentation. Then in the 2015 version, the documentation has actually reduced considerably. except for maybe just about 3 or 4 documented information required in relation to the scope of the management system, the policy and quality objectives. The standard gives organization the leverage to document to the extent necessary what best works for you, depending on how big or small your organization or your processes or your maybe branch network and the rest of that. So you decide what works for you. So a lot of this changed because business environment is changing, our world is changing, and the import or the focus actually is more on performance. Organizations should be able to realize their intended objectives, be able to better perform, and then adapt. So over time, in 2012, it became very, very necessary also to have a standard on business continuity to address the issue of organizational resilience. So we have here the definition of organizational resilience, which is the ability of an organization to absorb and then adapt to a changing environment. We have established the fact that the world we live in today is rapidly changing. Even customers and clients that organizations serve have rapidly changing desires, tastes, and also expectations. So now, for an organization to be resilient, it must have that structure or that framework in place to understand its vulnerabilities and then be able to adapt such that it will continue in business. While preparing for this presentation, I asked myself a question. Why do you think that organizations like Coca-Cola, please permit me to mention names, they have existed for so many years, decades, centuries? It's because there is a management system in place. I need to also let us know here that having a management system in place does not necessarily mean that you must be certified. Certification is good, no doubt, but the implementation of the requirements of the standard and then making sure that the organization is deriving the benefits the requirements of that standard can give its organization. Those are the key issues. I also want to cite this example. Look at the beginning this morning when we had the opening remarks from the CEO of Tenor Alpha. We came into 2020 with high hopes and expectation. Oh, like somebody said that in Nigeria, we pray a lot. People say it's a year of 20 plenty, double, double, and so many slogans like that. But lo and behold, within the first quarter, we are in a pandemic. And what started like a joke or a group of young people trying to make their voice heard turned into a serious issue. And we had an unrest, an uproar until we had to go into, I'll call it another form of lockdown for some few days. So these are changes in our environment. It can be climate, it can be business, it can be pandemic, it can be disease, it can be whatever. What you never planned for, you never expected, just coming on you suddenly. So the ability of organizations to quickly respond when things go wrong and then recover quickly when there's disruption to business activity is what you call resilience. Please permit me to also cite this example. There's a particular television station that on October 20th, when this issue of NSAS protest degenerated into another thing. I was fortunate that morning, I was working and at the same time listening to a particular program on that television station, that's TVC. And the presenters were talking and saying to themselves, are they here? The protesters, the hoodlums, they are here. They want to lock us, and then they went off here. But within 48 hours, that TV station was able to come back on air, bringing news. And then within 72 hours, we're able to connect to their other locations in South Africa, in London, and then in the US. So that is organizational resilience. I'm not aware that Television Continental has ISO 9001 or ISO 22301 certification, any form of management system certification. But because they have implemented, even if it is inadvertently, the requirements of some standards, they are able to get their business back on track, even when they had sudden destructions. So I will quickly rush through the remaining slides. So as organizations, we need to build that culture of resilience by implementing the requirements of the standard. Let it not be packaging. Let it be conscious effort. Those of us who are third-party auditors on this call will agree with me that you can get to some systems and you find out that it's just packaging, documentation, but in real life situation, the implementation is not there. The organization is just interested in certificate and then they hang it on the wall. I spoke with a chief executive this morning who was making an inquiry, and he said, see, I am interested in having a system that works, not just having the certificate to hang on the wall. That is the spirit. So top management must demonstrate the required leadership and commitment, and as well take accountability for the effectiveness of the system. Okay, so there are some principles that underpin organizational resilience, and these are some of the principles. Okay, such an organization must build organizational culture that is in line with its shared vision and purpose. The ISO management system standard implementation should not be on one line, and the way we do our thing in this organization or in this company is like this. No. As a matter of fact, one of the requirements of the standard says that the requirements of management system should be integrated with the business processes. That is implementation, so that you can reap the benefits. So understanding of your organizational context is also another principle. You must know who you are, then be what you are or who you are, and then you now, okay, this is who I want to be, and then know how you want to get to that level. We also, as an organization, we must have the ability to absorb, adapt, and effectively respond to change. Change is the only constant thing in life. Good governance in management is also a principle. It's not that organizations in Nigeria cannot do well. Some are doing well. We are proud of organizations that are taking businesses even outside the shores of Nigeria. But mainly we have good governance and management issues. The MD will just come, tell the accountant, and we withdraw certain amount of the money. Operating costs, for that matter, it doesn't care what happens to the business. Okay, so there are principles an organization must imbibe in order to be resilient when difficult times come. Okay, organization must also support diversity of skills, helping develop leadership from middle management to top management. Knowledge, experience. There can never be an end to learning. Someone said that the day you stop learning, you start to die. You start dying. So for both the workforce in the organization, even as an organization, learning must be a continual process, and we must continue to build on our experience. So now, our organizational structure and framework too should encourage coordination across management disciplines, and then encourage contributions from those that are technical, and then have the scientific areas of expertise, while not forgetting too that we must effectively manage risk. This is one other clause that has been introduced into management system standards. You must learn to understand the risk and then know how to plan to manage the risks, while also looking at the other end. If there are opportunities, take the opportunity. So for different management system standards, there are different risks that will be considered. You talk about business risk for 9001. For environmental management, you will 14,001. You're talking about risks to the environment, the impact of the activity of your organization on the environment. Then you look at occupational health and safety risks under ISO 45001. And then for other systems, security, information security risk for 27,001, and then for ISO 20,000. Food safety risk for ISO 22,000, and so on and so forth. So these are attributes of a resilient organization. You must have shared vision and clarity of your purpose, understand and the influences on the context of your organization, then effectively implement and encourage leadership, and also empower the leadership. Build a culture that is supportive of organizational resilience, share information and knowledge. We are in the age of information and knowledge explosion. Okay, so these are attributes that shows an organization is actually going to be resilient. So more to it, availability of resources. Resources are not just that available any longer. So resources are linked. So you must learn to also manage the business within the available resources. Develop and coordinate management disciplines. There are different disciplines that we have in our organization. You must be able to galvanize and harness all such disciplines very well so that the organization can achieve its intended objectives and purpose. Support continual improvement. It is an unending journey. There is no end to continual improvement. We must continue to seek ways to be better and better and better. That is what resilience means. And last but not the least here is ability to anticipate, looking forward, scanning the environment, the business environment, the sphere where, or the environment where you are a player. What can happen? What can go wrong? How can we manage it? And with that, we build resilience. So benefits for those of us that have been part of organizations that are ISO certified, maybe to one standard or the other or more standard, I hope we are actually achieving benefits of the certification. And it's not just a ritual or having a certificate and then hanging it on the wall. So these are a few benefits from organizations that have, before organizations that have effectively implemented management system. You want to be sure that you are efficient in the use of your resources and that you are improving in your financial performance. You should not be doing business and you are running at a loss. The profit margin might not be much, but you are efficient with your resources and you are able to break even. Improving in risk management, and then protection of people as well as the environment in line with sustainable development goals. While we are doing business, making money, doing well, feeling good, we should not also be destroying our environment or the world where we live in, as well as the people working in our organization. So there are different management systems that address requirements of these various areas. Increase capability to deliver consistent and improved services, as well as products, that is to our customers, thereby increasing value, giving values to the customers and other stakeholders. And last but not the least is organizational resilience. We need to see that our organization is able to wade through whatever the challenge. The focus should actually be that the business should outlive the owner of the business. So on a final word, I would like to say that resilience is the key for any business wanting to thrive in an ever-changing world like ours. And the way to go is to ensure we effectively implement the requirements of whatever ISO management system standard we find suitable to our business so that we can actually reap the benefits. So I would like to say thank you very much for your attention, and we can take some questions now. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. There's always a difference between a regulator and a practitioner. Like when you receive training from a regulator, it's like what we call sample questions. Like when to go and write exams, the examiner comes to give you a brief before the actual examination. It's only a dundee that can fail that exams, because there's what we so call likely examination questions or likely areas or area of focus. So today, thank you very much, sir, because we can see what Taiwo gave to us as a practitioner and what you're giving to us now as a regulator. People have asked so many questions, but before I get to the question, I just want to add one or two things to what you've said. And there's something which is critical for me. You said whatever standard is to be implemented by an organization, it must be aligned with the business strategy, with the organizational strategy. Otherwise, there'll be what we call in the other side, Fuji house of commotion. There will be confusion all over, because when the steering cannot hold the two front tires, you know where they'll be heading to. There's something I read somewhere. Okay, let me add something to you said today. Benefit of resilience is that will be efficient use of resources and increase in bottom line. I added, you will be able to stand after tomorrow. You will be able to stand after tomorrow. It's not just today alone, but you will stand after tomorrow because you put a process, you are proactive in what you've done. There's something too I read. It said the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. For your business to stand, for you to see that tomorrow, you must prepare for your future today. And for organizations to stand, I also saw that resilience is not what happens to an organization. It is what the organization does when it happens. Resilience is not what happens to an organization, but it is what the organization does when it happened. So what you've told us today, this session, is actually taking us along this line. And what can we say, Maoga, Thank you very much. But then we have a lot of questions people have asked, which want to take them up. People have asked, some of them are so personal, and if a personal, I want you to answer in a personal way, because I believe that you still log into the system to give answers some of these questions. And one of the questions I picked is this. How do you get management buy-in on certification process? For example, you are certified, you believe in best practice. You can see the advantages, all the things you've told us today. We can bring that to the management. But the management looks at it and say, oh, come on, I don't believe you. So the guy wants to know, in this type of situation, how can he get his impact felt?
Okay, can I respond, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you know, organizations, you have the leadership, that's the top management. Then you also have those that are either middle management or staff. There is one principle that underpins the 9001, and that principle is engagement of people. There must be engagement at different levels. So if you have initiatives about implementing the requirement of the standard or whichever standard, and you find out that this will actually help the organization, all you need to do is to engage the leadership. They may not believe you, but you bring it up, bring it forward, and then let the top management, or whether chairman or MD, know these are what we stand to benefit. One, for the organization in terms of improvement in the processes, business opportunities, then what again? Then overall ability of the organization to be resilient, in line with what we are discussing today. So if we are able to present that to manage, I've seen organizations that the top management did not listen, but maybe afterwards, over some period of time, maybe 1 year, 2 years, and I say, oh, and this person said this, we did not do it. So at one time or the other, the top management will definitely come to realize the need for having such management system implemented. Especially, you know, there are some areas of business that if you are a player, you may not go beyond certain level if you are not ISO certified. It will definitely impede your business opportunity. So, you know, oh, so this is necessary, not only for business, but also for improvement in the organization. But ideally, by virtue of the requirements of the standard, ISO expects that the decision to implement any management system should come from top management, and it must be strategic decision. They must see the need for it. They must see what they stand to benefit from it, and then they decide to move in for it, move into having such a system implemented or even certified. I hope I'll be able to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The question.
I can just add something based on the background where I'm coming from. I remember when we did one standard, we went to the board. We were so happy that the board was going to thank us for a job well done, because we did it ourselves. When you got to the board, you said, okay, how many institutions? It's 17 hours. How many of our colleagues in the industry have implemented this? We started counting. So what's our number? It says we are number 6. I see. You mean we are number 6? Say yes. You mean we are number 6? Say yes. That was the end. So I want to help you now, the guy that asked this question, that something very interesting. Tell the management that ABC has implemented and this is where they are, because it's a marketing tool also. ISO standard is a marketing tool. It is, you see, you can only fly with those you have the same level of wings. So when I told my management that we're number 6, do you know that nobody said thank you? So why would we not number 1? Why were we not number 2? And now what of this organization? Can you imagine the organization that is only one part of the country is bigger than the organization that's implemented for us? So take this as, I'm just coding a lot of things, take this as a strategy for you to go back and say, okay, this company has implemented, this is what people are feeling about them. For example, the major acquisition of today can only come when you have good standards in place. The latest of all is Paystack, a 5-year-old company. Do you know the level of standard they have? Tell your organization, if they want to shine, let them bite the bullet today. So there's another question, simple one. Say, can a control officer, can a quality control officer carry out audits of organization and the management system? I said, can quality control officer carry out audits of organizational procedure stroke management system? That's asked by Joshua Olusegun.
Okay. Okay. The requirement for whoever will be an auditor, there are requirements for whoever can audit a particular system, whether internal audit or external. Minimum educational qualification is just SSE, school set. Then training on that particular management system. So if a quality control officer in his organization has been trained as an internal auditor, yes, of course, he can conduct the internal audit within its organization.
Okay.
And also, it depends on whoever is managing the system. If he has been scheduled, because in an organization, if you have more than enough auditors, you need to also schedule the auditors in such a way that you will still achieve impartiality, and then based on their ability to conduct the internal audit and bring out areas of improvement in the system, you want to look at some of those dynamics before such a person is scheduled to audit. So a quality control officer who has the requisite training can conduct an audit of his organization.
Okay, thank you very much. Joshua, our second question has been answered when you said, what can internal auditor do when the management is not showing commitment to certification of ISO management system? We've said before, keep on presenting to them, telling them telling that it's a marketing tool. It can make your business to shine. It can have somebody coming to offer you only God knows to buy into your organization. So that can go a long way. Ogami, this is for you. He said, what are the safety management standard policies put in place to address business continuity in the post-COVID-19 by Seun in Nigeria?
Okay, now, I get that question. Now, the issue here is that we need to understand that SON has its own limitations too in terms of what is happening now, the pandemic. Okay, but I will not say that there are no standards. There are a couple of standards that have been developed for products relating to combating COVID-19. There are even ISO standards that we have adopted for combating COVID-19. SON does not set policies. That responsibility, because of the pandemic, it is an infectious disease. That responsibility lies with the Ministry of Health, I think more with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, which is also an agency under the Ministry of Health. But I can tell you here that we have developed some standards for the tourism and related industries on minimum safety requirements for safe reopening In fact, that standard was developed during the lockdown, and as I speak with you today, is ready for the approval of the SON Council. Then, during the pandemic, because SON is a full member of ISO, ISO flagged some international standards that organizations or countries can use to implement and then combat the pandemic. So such standards also are available. One of such standards is the business continuity standard and some other related standards. It's not only the 22301. There are other ones attached to it. There are other standards having to do with respirators, ventilators, okay, what do you call it now? Hand sanitizers, and then some other, what we like chemicals that you can use for sanitization and to combat the pandemic. So those standards exist. Standards exist. So the regulators now, which are the health industry, now will draw
freeze. It's freezing again.
Hello, sir. I hope you can hear me.
You can now, okay.
Okay, yes, sir. I hope
you stop the standard industry can draw. It's industry can draw from
the regulators now. Federal Ministry of Health, and then the NCDC, and also the State Ministry of Health now develop their policies from the established standards. Hello?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yes. So there are other standards too relating to combating or treating this COVID-19 too that we obtained from other national bodies, like from the French National Standards Body. They gave us a standard or a specification for the face barrier, what we use now as face mask, the non-surgical. Okay, so there's a standard on that, and we have used that for different, what will we call it now, factories across the federation that are producing the non-surgical face barrier or face mask. So there are standards. So the standards are available, and anyone that is interested can definitely make inquiry or ask about the standards, and they will be made available.
But let me ask a question here.
Thank you.
Just a minute, please. Just a minute. Now, in as much as we know how far this standard can go in the development of our economy.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing that makes it mandatory for organizations to adopt. That is so. How can this be codified at the national level? So that for you to operate, yeah, I know that in the oil sector, there are some regulations that must meet 1, 2, 3, 4 standard before you can do something. But manufacturing, like our local manufacturers and what are we putting in place? Because some of them can see it's expensive. Are you people think of a fund, trying to put a fund in place somewhere to assist the people, because certification will bring a lot of things. Nigerian products will compete favorably outside the country, and with these open boundaries across some countries, Nigerian products are supposed to compete. But unless you show evidence of that you've been certified, that you've made the minimum standard, you may not be able to compete. So what is being done from regulatory side of this?
Okay, there are a lot that is being done. Now, Mr. Olumide can agree with me that for COVID-19, those ISO standards, the ISO sent to the various standards body, we were actually asked to make them available for free. So they are available on our website, read-only version. So those standards are available. Then, right from the time we had the executive order on ease of doing business, all regulatory agencies were asked to slash, or let me say, reduce the cost of certification or the cost of obtaining one government permit or the other, most especially for the MSMEs. So most especially for the MSMEs. So that is there. Then for some other sectors of the economy, like for SON now, for anyone who is a manufacturer belonging to and is a member of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, because of that membership of MAN, they enjoy a lot of considerable discount and rebate on the services provided by SON, by NAFDAC, and then by all other agencies under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment. Yeah. So these are even corporate affairs. I'm sure you are aware that recently the corporate affairs advertised that they are supposed to register 250 enterprises for free.
Don't forget about that one. CAC, you shouldn't mention CAC Sir? Here. CAC should not be mentioned.
I should not mention that.
I went to CAC 4 months ago to register a company till today. Paid till today. So CAC is a killer. I'm sorry, I can say this in the open.
Okay.
CAC
then okay, you know what we can do? Maybe chat with me later on. I will know how to flag it for you.
Please I will.
We belong to this, we are under the same Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment. So, and then we have, what do I call it now? Joint sessions where issues like this are discussed. Please flag it to me. Whichever state where you have done that, if you did it online, whatever, I can get you to the people working at the back end.
I will. Olumide, thank you very
much. Thank you.
I know Senator wants to stop us, but I have 2 questions in the chat box. Let me answer them very quickly.
Yeah, so you can, I think you can type in the answers.
Okay, I will. Okay, then
those
I will.
people, because right. We are
we are far
ahead,
far
beyond our time.
I know, it's been very enjoyable. So
thank you so much, Engineer Ayoola.
All the experts. Please, I would want to plead with you that I actually currently head a desk for the adoption of international standards on management system. That's ISO management system standards.
Wow.
And there's a whole lot they're doing now with ISO. Okay. So for as many of us that want to participate in standards development and then maybe participate in some international technical committees, please, you can connect with me. You can pass it to Null Alpha. It will get to me. And when these standards are also being circulated for inquiry or for comments, we will also pass them through to you. So thank you very much, and let's have a wonderful
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm here clapping my head, clapping physically. That was a very well-rounded session. Thank you so much, sir. And what a good way to end it. I mean, come on, what's the benefits of this standard, of this conference, if we can't network with some of the big wigs, behind these things? I mean, see the way you just told Mr. Eddie Michael to see him, and then you sort out that CAC. So please, if you have other CAC issues, I think, you have the privilege to see Engineer Ayoola now, so you can, relate with him through the chat section. And, I believe he might want to share some of his, contact details with you, and you can get in touch with him. Thank you so much once again, Engineer Ayoola, and thank you so much, Mr. Ben Echo. To answer the questions, you can just go to the Q&A box and type the answer. Click on type answer option and type the answer, so the person that asked the question will see it directly. Once again, I want to thank you all so much. I mean, the attendees, wow, I don't know, I wish I could mention your names, but you stayed. I mean, I've seen some names that were here even before 12, and they're still here by now, even though we're way beyond time. I'm really sorry, for our poor, I accept as a poor time arrangement, but I believe tomorrow will be a great section, a great time, and we will not extend beyond 4 p.m. Trust me. But even though you stayed to this time, I believe that you stayed because you got great value for your time. And I know that there's no time, no knowledge is wasted, as we can see, see it being played out over and over again. So on the screen right here is a test question that would determine who would win our promo coupon for lead auditor courses, of your choosing. So you can go through the question. The question is quite basic. If you were here from the beginning to this time, you will see that all the things you learned from each speaker, you can weave it in to come up with this change initiative question. Just to read it out again, it says, given that you have been assigned to the Lagos State government to reform the Ekpe local government in a way that secondary school students in that LGA will deliver a success rate that's from 50% to 90% in WAEC, you're to present a set of quality tools that you would use to do this, and how would you go about this change initiative within 6 months? It's a very interesting question, quite tasking, but it's not that tasking, because right here I can sit down and think of ways, but for you out there, you can easily do this, and the minimum slides that you should send is just 3 slides, because we have just within today and tomorrow to go through, sift through the answers, and pick out 2 outstanding, two outstanding initiatives. The winners will be announced tomorrow. 2 winners will be announced tomorrow, and the first person will be getting a 75% discount off a lead auditor choice, of his or her choice, and the second person will get a 50% discount off, a lead auditor training of his or her choice. Come on, I mean, if that is not heavy or big, I don't know what else you want. But again, like I said, the year has been tough. This is a great opportunity to get in those certifications you need for your career enhancement and your competence building. So don't slack on this. I'm going to put this on the screen. You can take a screenshot. You can call me. You can see the emails to send answers to. Initially, I had shared my I want to go back to the housekeeping rules where I shared my number and my email again. Like I said, if you want a certificate for attending this event, this event continues tomorrow, you can please reach out to me and I'll tell you what that entails. So thank you all once again for your very, very precious time. I know time is of essence, especially in these very uncertain times, but you took our time to stay with us to this very point. So I just wanted to tell you thank you once again. We really, really appreciate your presence, and we look forward to having you tomorrow. Tomorrow, our kickoff time is 12. We'll be starting on 12 on the dot. And like I said, we'll be finishing hopefully before 4 p.m. Tomorrow is going to be another exciting time. We have 3 hot speakers and a very, very hot panelist discussion that you will not be the same after that session. So please, thank you once again, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. I see there's some chat questions. I'll go through them and answer. So thank you all once again. You're well appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Ben.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Temitope, thank you very much. Yes. Paul, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for joining all the sessions. We appreciate you. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, Temitope, thank you. Wow.
Thank you, sir.